Sorry for the inconvenience. There are always such things at the beginning. Okay, one more minute. Okay, sorry for the technical issues, but now it works. That's the good news. So the ice-breaking quiz is, if you know, the question is okay, it's not the trial poll. I'd like to. I wanted to show you. The first question was the trial poll, but okay, we can skip it because of the technical issues. And now I'd like to ask you the retrospective question. In next slides, I will try to flag problems that might be solved by cryptography in next 10 years, but it's not so long from now. But let me start first, ask you a retrospective question. What was HTTPS protocol adoption in the internet of the entire traffic 10 years ago? What do you think? It was 20%, 40%, 60%, or 80%? It's not a very long time ago. As you probably know, because it's always a problem that in this kind of popular speeches that you can't know what is the knowledge of the audience, but HTTPS is the secure variant of HTTP protocol on which the web is based. HTTPS provides cryptographic security protections by carrying HTTP messages over the transport layer security protocol. Websites are also authenticated using digital signatures. Okay, thank you for your answers. It's almost 50-50. According to Mozilla Observatory reports, in 2012, only 25% of our web traffic was encrypted. Now it's more than 90%, and end-to-end encrypted communications is widespread. So, touche, very nice, really nice results. Okay, next slide, please. Privacy is a fundamental human right recognized in the UN Declarations of Human Rights. the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and in many other international and national treaties. Privacy underpins human dignity and other key values, such as freedom of association and freedom of speech. It also has become one of the most important human rights issues at the modern age. Secrecy of our communications is the most obvious use case of cryptography. And the next question is, yes, thank you. The next question is, do you know why we experienced such a significant growth from the beginning of 2014 to the early 2017? The percentage of traffic using HTTPS grew from around 20 to 40. Do you know why? You can put on your devices the words that you think what was the reason. What happened back in 2013 and 14? Any ideas? Yeah, it was not a long time ago, but few years only. But the internet was very different. Snowden, yes. I believe there were two reasons, but definitely Snowden was the most important. The former NSA contractor who revealed numerous of global surveillance programs. Snowden case revealed that intelligence has it all the data, all the metadata. The second reason, you may not know, is so-called Let's Encrypt service, which was a free, automated, and open certificate authority. Everyone could easily migrate their websites to HTTPS for free. And now it's kind of obvious hindsight that adoption needed the actual real threat and easiness of implementation. Okay, so thank you. Next slide, please. My slides are divided by the orange line. It's like dichotomies. I want to point. On the left, you can see the history of cryptography. On the right, you can see the situation right now. And the first traces of encryption can be found in Book of Jeremiah, dated to 6th century before Christ. And starting from Julius Caesar, cryptography was the sole domain of emperors and military forces. However, I would say that before the 70s of the previous century, cryptographic research existed only in military intelligence agencies. Crypto research in military forces is still doing well, and I think dozens of countries work on building military forces in cyberspace. It was in the 90s when it took over our electronic devices and the internet, and in the last 10 years we can see exponential expansion of encryption. We use cryptography every day, every minute of it, everybody does it. We build systems with security as the primary objective. But believe me, 15 years ago, cryptography was not that popular. When I was asked 15 years ago what I did for work, and I asked cryptology, people thought I was exploring crypts, like tombs, like burial chambers. Yeah, it's quite funny. Now people ask how many bitcoins do I have only. None of this has much in common with cryptography. So what is cryptography now? I think that cryptography is about securing protocols. Cryptography is often complicated and mathematically intensive, but it's not like magic. Okay, let me go to the next slide. I'm going to point, next slide. I'm going to point a few gaps that we people working in cryptography are trying to close. Once more, please, next slide. Thank you. Let's take an example. The example is borrowed from Paul Kocher, the American cryptographer, from the other fields, and move it in the Middle Ages. If we needed a surgery, you couldn't count on your physician. The only help was a local barber who would, apply whatever he had in his resources, regardless the effect. So 20 years ago, cryptography was the similar situation. Practice resulted with some really bad outcomes. We could say that research was painfully divorced from practice, and theory was struggling with messiness of reality. And so the theory was not applicable in practice. It also resulted in ignoring theoretical advancements. When practice is trying to stop bleeding, when academics investigate complex, not practical theories. Now we are seeing more and more devices connecting to the networks, more and more valuable data we process on these devices, and we have more and more features. From the security person perspective, we have more targets, the reward for attacker grows, and complexity, we have more vulnerabilities that can be exploited. So let me go to the next slide. The next question is if math can actually do something about this. So the question is, do you think in 10 years from now our critical software will be bug-free? Yes or no, agree or not? I'm going to give you some time, let's say 30 seconds. Oh, no, 80%. So, okay. So we have huge majority for no. Okay, so let me tell you about how we progressed with formal verification methods. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, it's going up. Okay, so software bugs cause disasters, like the bank case. I hope you know this bank 737 case, yeah. Because of the bad source code quality, we had some, plane crashes. As Edgar Dijkstra said, program testing can be used to show the presence of bugs, but never to show their absence. And again, I think we have three paths we can go. One is really catastrophic. We put our critical infrastructure, finances, transportation, TC online, and get connected with bugger computer systems, and it leads to disasters. The second scenario presupposes the technological progress is limited. The risks we are dealing with now are growing with complexity, but the value of the features we are getting are not growing at a steady rate. The value of the system is the value of features minus the risks it creates. So more complicated systems will become less valuable. The third possible way we can go is the one I'm more excited about. I see big defensive breakthrough in these formal verification methods. In the last years, we have developed methods of formal verification and hardware verification. We can prove that a piece of code is correct in a mathematical proof, the way that mathematical proof works. The verification of the systems is done by providing a formal proof on an abstract mathematical model to the system. As you can see on the slide, the source code, any source code can be translated to the graphs, and the graphs can be then translated to the first order logic, and satisfiability problems can be iteratively solved, so that we can prove the software has features it should have. Or we can prove also that two different implementations do the same. They are equivalent. So, and for now, cryptographic community has developed number of libraries, number of protocols that are already formally verified. So there is no, so we can trust them. Okay, let me go to the protocols I've mentioned before. Next slide, please. I will fly over some specific protocols. I have just said that cryptography is about securing protocols, but it's not only communications, but the secure communication is not the ultimate victory. What we have on the slide is the case from last year. The COVID-19 pandemic was the reason for development and implementation of very specific protocol called decentralized privacy-preserving proximity tracing. The cryptographers from Ecole Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, ETH Zurich, Katholische Universität Leuven have developed this open protocol to facilitate digital contact tracing of infected patients. This shows the difference. The slide shows the difference in time to market periods. On the left, you have adoption of digital signatures protocol, which took over 30 years. And even last year grew up by 20%. And on the right, you have the protocol, this DP3T protocol that is that was developed and agreed and implemented in billions of Apple and Google devices in only several months, 3 or 4. And that's the progress we made. So that's the exponential growth I meant before. What else is to say in the context of privacy? That the rapid deployment of contact tracing apps during the pandemic has demonstrated that citizens are willing to share their data for the wider public good as long as they can trust that the information they are sharing is secure, no more information is collected than it is necessary, and is not used for purposes other than for which it was collected. I think it's important. Okay, let me go to the next slide. One more protocol. It's hard not to mention blockchain, mainly because the next thing on the verge of wide adoption is flow of value. There is a number of talks in our agenda of this forum on the use of blockchain. I'm going to see all of them. Blockchain technology grows every day, and I believe it has reached the level beyond which there is no turning back. Decentralized finance, non-fungible tokens, blockchain-based stablecoins, tokenization of everything are going to move source of trust from the governments or central banks to the cryptographic protocols, to math. It's not only the financial system that is going to change. Every flow of value will be affected, I think. Blockchain is very simple in its essence, but effective enough to decentralize the trust. Trust in blockchain derives from math, from cryptographic protocol called consensus that ensures that no malicious party is able to distort the system or get access to resources it shouldn't be having. Blockchain is more like execution environment for a number of cryptographic protocols. Decentralized, peer-to-peer, with no trusted third party, no central point of failure or governance. Okay, next slide, please. I will try to fly over 3 more protocols, but really very shortly. You can see on the slide the zero knowledge proof protocol. 1 second, please. In its most basic sense, a zero knowledge proof can be thought as a protocol through which a digital authentication process can be facilitated without use of any passwords or other sensitive data. So there is a prover and verifier in this game, and prover can claim some component of its identity, of her identity, like she's 18, more than 18 years old, or she earns something, and the prover is able to prove the claim to the verifier, but without revealing the actual data, without revealing the actual age. And the verifier is able to verify the prover's, for example, age or other component of identity, without storing the actual knowledge about the person. And I believe the zero knowledge proofs protocols are widely adopted for now in blockchain communities. There is one more interesting fact about zero knowledge proofs. The first zero knowledge proof protocol was invented by Shafi Goldwasser in 1985. And it was dusting on the shelf for many years. Now when we have the execution environment, I mentioned this is the previous slide, the blockchain, and we can run smart contracts, we can run code, run protocols I mentioned on the previous slide. Zero knowledge proof has eventually found a multitude of uses. And it's not only about the transaction anonymity, it's much more about scalability of blockchains. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I think we have two more protocols I would like to tell you about. The next one is fully homomorphic encryption. Because now it's getting practical. After dozens of years of development, now it's a practical protocol. What does it mean that crypto provides secrecy at computation? The purpose of homomorphic encryption is to allow computation on encrypted data. In mathematics, homomorphic describes the transformation of one data set into another while preserving relationships between elements in both sets. So the data remains confidential while it is processed, enabling useful tasks to be accomplished. So we have the left side that possesses some data, and let's say Alice encrypts the data and sends the encrypted versions to the server or somewhere, and the server can compute on this data without decrypting the data and return the result. And the result on the side of Alice can be decrypted, and it is equal to the computation Alice could do without fully homomorphic encryption. So Alice can now outsource the computation to the third party without decrypting without giving the server the actual data. Last month, what is interesting about fully homomorphic encryption? I think that last month, or maybe 2 months ago, Apple has unveiled its plans to use its extensive power to fight child pornography. I hope you have heard about this. That Apple wanted to scan our photos on our devices and detect child pornography. Even though they had really good intentions, the company's actual plan has provided dozens of reasons to oppose this idea, privacy reasons. Since we all despise the control, the fully homomorphic encryption was the solution. Apple could run AI-based algorithms, porn detection algorithms on encrypted files and without privacy threat. It is called privacy-preserving machine learning. And now is the question to you. Do you think it could be something people would understand and diminish their privacy concerns? What do you think? Do you think that people could accept that their photos are being scanned, but in an encrypted way? Oh, you have 50-50. What can I say? I have to say I agree with all of you. Yeah, I surely don't know. It's the hardest part. What people think about, because it's not easy to explain what is fully homomorphic encryption. So I'm not sure if people would accept the explanation. Okay, so yeah, no too hard to understand. Yes, I share your opinion, I think. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next slide. It's the last protocol I'd like to tell you about. I can't say that the protocol is practical right now. I think it's under development, under research. This one is a high bar. It's called indistinguishable obfuscation. The obfuscation can act like a compiler that turns one program into another one, the obfuscated one. Informally, obfuscation hides the implementation of program while still allowing users to run it. So there is one side that has the algorithm, but it wants to hide the algorithm. So kind of encrypt the algorithm and share to the other side. And the other side can run the algorithm, get the results, the same results that was to be computed without encryption the algorithm. So that the server side does not know what algorithm it ran, right? So that's the idea about crypto obfuscation. Obfuscation may look a bit silly, but believe me, it is surprisingly useful. For now, it's not practical yet, as I mentioned. As always at the beginning, it's too slow and obfuscated programs are too big. But I think we will take fully homomorphic encryption path, and after hard work, it is operational and useful. Okay, that was the last protocol I wanted to mention. Next slide, please. The next slide is about that there is a number of protocols and mechanisms, cryptography mechanisms. I'm not going to tell you about, but the point is that discipline itself grows exponentially for some reasons. And second thing is that the new systems are founded on more and more advanced mathematics. It's every year it's harder to understand them. I'm an assistant supervisor of PhD student that works on the obfuscation problem. And to be honest, I can barely see the light in her research. I can't say that I'm well familiar with what Ola does in her work, because it's that complicated. The last thing I'd like to tell you is that the new protocols start slow and eventually become practical, but they are never, practical at the beginning. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Believe me, I'm going. There is a point of the end of the presentation. There is one more quiz to you. Although this information has existed for a long time, the recent proceedings in social media have made it a popular topic in public discourse, also known under the term fake news. Fake news is political motivated as part of information operations. They in turn can serve as a method of hybrid warfare. Nevertheless, because it often draws much attention, there are also financial motives for spreading fake news. And tell me, what do you think? In 10 years from now, disinformation and fake news will not be a problem anymore? Do you agree or not? Or the fake news will be even bigger problem than it is today? Okay, so majority for no, 82%. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. We have really good answer. That's, I think, the most important slide. I mean, I'm going to this slide. The protocols I've mentioned before are the components of this so-called Web 3.0 idea. So I don't have the ultimate answer for the previous question. I think it's possible that next generation of the internet solves the problem, but it's hard to be sure. But the ownership revolution and sign everything approach are most common remedies for the problem, proposed remedies. And this is where we are going. I mean, and to summarize my long story, going from the bottom left corner of this Big Bang analogy, we have singularity phase is a kind of irregular behavior with infinite density and temperature, easily controlling the flow of information, strange times before the internet. And then we have the Big Bang, the birth of the internet universe. I hope some of you remember, the static HTML sites and communicators of these times. Static one-direction content regime where the laws of the internet physics has started, as we understand them today. After the exponential growth started with the electromagnetic force, a few more years denser regions of the uniformly distributed matter gravitationally attracted nearby matter, and thus it grew even denser. This is big tech's centralized world, the Web 2.0. This slide is the dichotomy of this slide is divided, again with the orange line, but now it's more rounded. So the theory suggests that the first quasars and galaxies formed about a billion years after the Big Bang, and since then, larger structures such as galaxy clusters have been forming. I would say we stand on the threshold of the new galaxy formation. For now, we live in a data monarchy. So-called Web 3.0 take us all to the democracy. Blockchain, understood as an execution environment for the protocols, the centralized protocols, with its imminent features like immutability, thank you, will enable a shift of power from corporations to communities. I said communities or communists? Communities, sorry. I didn't mean communists. New protocols are going to revolutionize flow of value, identity, and much more. What awaits us is not only the technological transformation, but first and foremost, change of Internet's nature and the way we think. From the companies and big techs to the platforms and protocols, from trust based on so-called third parties to a consensus-based trust model, where consensus means specific game theory-based proof. From centralized identity providers, as we know now, from reputation scoring and fact-checking to entire new level of personal and legal self-sovereign identity with verifiable credentials, with zero-knowledge proof I mentioned before, with it creates an entirely new trust model. And what is most important, from granting big techs, let me cite the Facebook's policy privacy, non-exclusive, transferable, sub-licensable, royalty-free worldwide license, which means that we are a miserable piece of data that can be sold or used in any way to actually take ownership of our data. Take it back. Facebook is in many ways like Exxon of our times when data is new oil. It's an indispensable tool that's a part of everyone's life, a tool that everyone despises. It's like it does not matter how many gallons Exxon drops in the ocean, or how outrageous Facebook's privacy violations are, because to most people, Internet. Where else does Web 3.0 takes us? From value flow based on dominance to the new economy with millions of interstate, exchangeable, programmable units of account or tokens, I think. From legislative initiatives, procedures, privacy policies written on paper to automated smart contracts. E-voting is a perfect example. I didn't put it on my slides, but I believe my 7-year-old son will never vote with paper ballots. It's absolutely doable in the technology we have right now. Okay, so next slide, please. The next quiz. I think I need more water. Okay, so I know that my speculations were a bit far-reaching, but on the other hand, when looking at it from the future perspective, the situation is quite absurd. What do you think? What is the most ridiculous for you? The first one is the first question is the first possible answer is financial system running on COBOL but scripting on mainframes. I'm not sure if everyone knows what is COBOL. COBOL is the programming language from late 50s, but still being used in financial sector. The second possible answer is Google threatening to withdraw search engine from Australia over the government attempt to make the giant pay for selling local publishers' content. And again, I don't know, you have heard about the situation, but the Google News is selling the content of local publishers, and they are not sharing the income with the content providers. So after the Australian government tried to make Google to pay for the content, they threatened to withdraw the search engine from Australia. The third possible answer is controversies, attempts to overturn the U.S. democracy presidential elections. That's another interesting fact, that 2 out of 2 last elections were controversial, let's say. There was a party who tried to overturn the results, and yes, and the fourth possible answer is the speaker is paranoid. It's time to call a shrink. For those who does not agree with ABC. Okay, so I think that the election system is the most recognized problem as being absurd or ridiculous. Yeah, I think, for me too. And there is 0 for the shrink? Okay, thank you. Okay, that was the shape of the internet I can imagine in next 10 years. I have one more slide, which is important to me, but it does not, tells anything about the internet in 10 years from now. I don't want to sound pathetic, but it is about moral character of our work. I believe that crypto community faces fundamental problems to fight for ordinary human being. No matter if you are objectified by big techs, for which the sole purpose is to earn more money on our data, on us, or by politicians who degrade people for own reasons. It doesn't matter if it's in the real world or in the internet. And I'd like to share with you some words from Philip Rogaway, recognized as one of the cryptographic superheroes. He wrote a very famous article back in 2015 after the Snowden revelations. And he has said that cryptography rearranges power. It configures who can do what from what. This makes cryptography an inherently political tool, and it confers on the field an intrinsically moral dimension. I plead for reinvention of our disciplinary culture to attend not only the puzzles and math, but also to the societal implications of our work. Okay, and I think it's more, I can feel that it's more important every day for me. I'd like to thank every single person who sees another human being with, as stated in preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a recognition of internet dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights. Thank you very much. The next slides will be about your questions. If you would like to, it's a Q&A session. If someone wants to ask me anything, I think we have a few more minutes to answer these questions. Even 10 minutes, I think. Okay, no questions? Maybe from the internet, from online participants? Please do not hesitate to ask your questions. I'll do my best to answer them all. Sorry for the technical issues and sorry for being that nervous. Okay. So we have something? Divided. Someone wrote divided. That's not a question. Okay. In your opinion, internet will be one or divided? I think that was the question. Yeah, I think I can understand the question very well. I don't think the claim of this forum is Internet United, as you could see in the materials. I don't think that Internet in 10 years from now will be united as we know it right now. I think it will be some kind of divided, but it's not the divided. It's not the balkanization of the internet. I mean, this is a possible scenario, but I don't think it's the basic scenario. I think that there will be a third way. So no, not internet united, not the balkanization of the internet, but some kind of separation of many networks, but with preservance of communications between the bubbles, so that we can communicate with different communities by separate protocols, by separate applications, but not as united as we know it today. I think that would be my question. That would be my answer. Would you prefer internet to be shut down? No, absolutely. Okay, don't get me wrong. I don't blame, big techs for fake news propagation. No. I know it's a human nature. Yeah, for sure. But the new channels, the algorithms that works, the algorithms that work for big techs in Facebook, in Instagram, in Twitter, I don't know, many others. They are to take our attention, to make us spend as much time as possible. So the feed we can see in our social media is makes us more divided. Yeah, and the big techs do it for the purpose of earning money only. So I don't blame for them for human nature, but I do blame them for algorithms that makes us more divided than we possibly are, I think. What is the next question? How do you hard bake human rights into future internet governance? Yeah. I think that the answer is Web 3.0. I think that if we have this blockchain-based governance, the notions I didn't mention, like the centralized autonomous organizations, we will get somewhere else. The human rights will be will depend on more decentralized communities, not dependent. They will not depend only on the big tech's sole purpose of earning money. How to make us united when everybody tries to divide us? That's a great question, enormous question. How to make us united when everybody tries to divide us? Not everybody. I think it's big techs. So in this new kind of new internet with this, when we take ownership of our data back with the protocols I've mentioned, with zero knowledge proofs, with homomorphic encryption, with all the stuff, with blockchain-based governance, we will get. I'm not sure if we will get less divided. We will function in different communities. The communities will be divided, but yes, we will be exposed for more diverse information, I think, and it will make us less divided in this political sense. Yes, you cannot. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Trying to
Yes, I think they amplify the
so
algorithms amplify the human nature of hatred.
yeah, so my question is very simple, that as you said that the big techs are trying to divide us, so there is a trade-off. If the governments try to control or regulate the big tech and we are giving more power to our state and government, so what do you think in next 10 years, who is going to control big tech? The governments or big techs are going to work in a very autonomous manner? So, where do you find your a balance between the more powerful big tech versus a more powerful state?
Okay. Um, as a, it's a, I need to answer on a few questions. So the first, don't get me wrong. I didn't say that big techs are dividing us. I say that they have only one purpose, of earning money and getting our attention. Okay, so that's a very different thing. Okay, so that's the first important thing. The second thing is that as I believe, this Web 3.0, Web 3.0, new internet will be. It's going to change the way we think. It is more about the protocol. It's not going to be a single server or single algorithm that is going to decide about everything. So if the power is in the protocols, in cryptography, in math, then it's a very different situation. You know. So the answer would be that the governance, as you think about it right now, is to make policies, political legislations to restrict the algorithms of Facebook. I don't believe it happened. I don't believe that that we can enforce some regulations on them, because it's against their interests, right? They want to earn the money, and that's the end of the story. So the point is that in this new internet, we will have protocols and decentralization that gives us kind of no governance approach. So okay. So do you know what I mean? So I don't believe the governance. I don't believe that for example, we have GDPR in Europe, right? And so that Facebook cannot sell our data to third parties without our knowledge and consent, right? But they did, yeah. We had, we have Facebook papers, we have the Cambridge Analytica case. They did. So my point is that if someone technically can to see the data, sell the data, do something with the data, he will do it. But if we have a different level of security, different level of confidentiality, of secrecy. So we have math-based protocols, and that they cannot look into the data, but cannot on mathematical level, not on the procedural level or legislation level. Okay, so that's the huge difference. I mean, okay, did I answer your question? Thank you. Okay, do we have something more? In your opinion, internet will be more safe for the next gen people in a sense of hate speech? Is there a way that cryptography will help? Yes, I think so, yeah. I think that I have answered the previous questions, pretty much the same. Yeah, I think the internet will be more safe place in sense of hate speech. Maybe I didn't point it very, I can say it once more, because right now, in scientific papers, people say that to fight disinformation, we need to have some kind of sign everything approach. So, for example, right now we use digital signatures for signing documents, in administration, something like this, right? But if we have if you use MetaMask, for example, I don't know if there is someone from the blockchain community, but you can sign everything, right? You can sign your tweet, you can sign your photo, which is called NFT. You can sign everything. If we have a kind of mechanism that we sign everything, then the algorithms that assess the risk of fake news would be better, would be more efficient, right? So people say that the digital signature is going to improve our security in context of fake news detection, but I don't believe it's I don't believe it's going to happen right now, because there is no interoperability between the worlds. I mean, you can sign with single signature your tweet and your Facebook post. So in the new internet, I believe that this interoperability will be on a very different level. So we can share easily the data between many platforms, many applications, preserving our identity, but not identity as we think of identity right now. The identity with ID card or something like this. The component of identity we would like to share. That was on the slide with zero knowledge proofs. That the identity we want to share in the selected area. Yeah. Oh, I definitely need more water. Okay, so do you believe cryptographic community can resist pressure from governments to create backdoors? Very good question. That was the last slide. That was the last slide. Yeah. And again, don't get me wrong. I don't want to be, moral person who can tell you what to do or not what to do. I think that we have some people in the community that work on this, on the moral character of our work. The Philip Rogaway is the best example, as I read the citation from him. So I think that yes, cryptographic community, there are people. At the end of the story, there are people, and we know that the Snowden story. We know that dozens of countries work on cyber warfare right now, and they hire a lot of cryptographers, and yes, and some of them will resist and some will not. But I don't believe that governments are are able, are in such power to enforce these backdoors. To be honest, I think it was possible in 90s, 20th century, when we have this. I don't know if this Paul Zimmerman case, the man who invented privacy PGP protocol, so that you could in 90s encrypt your email, and that was time that government could interfere in the process, I think, but not now. Not there's we reached the level there is no turning back. Okay, I think. Do you think that Bitcoin will replace traditional money? Oh, uh, no, I don't. I don't. The quick answer is I don't. But I do believe that I tried to explain it a few times, and I'll try once more. I do believe that the flow of value will be democratized. I mean, it will be decentralized. I mean, that the world where the value is based on the dominance, you know, I don't want to go into the details and, you know, to tell you about the shape of financial system and the role of US dollar or something. But for now, we have dominance-based value flow in the world. And I believe that technology, cryptography, the protocols, consensus-based protocols, the proof-based protocols are going to change the value, the flow of the value. And so that the value will no longer be dependent on one specific person or authority, okay? So, and I don't think it's going to be Bitcoin, but yeah, it's going to be some kind of protocol. Yeah, I do believe it. There are many crime on the internet. How about in the next 10 years? Will it be increase? Okay. Yes. The short answer is yes. Yeah, I know. You have 3 more minutes. That was the last questions. Okay. So about crime on the internet. Yeah, I think. Yeah, with the decentralization, with the growing number of separate communities, I think that, you know, it's like a knife. We have in Web 3.0 we will get just a better knife, and the better knife can be used in good intentions and in bad intentions. So I think that the question, the answer to the question is yes. We will see increasing crimes in the internet. Yeah. No, that was not the positive accent at the end, but okay. Thank you for your questions. Very, very impressive. Thank you once more.
Test, 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 test. Test, raz, dwa, trzy, trzy. Test, test. Test, raz, dwa, trzy. Test, raz, dwa, trzy, trzy.
We all live We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Raz. I would like to... Nie wiem, czy...
Raz, raz.
Raz.
Raz,
Okay.
dwa, trzy.
I would like to
Hello.
thank you everyone for attending for our panel organized by Council for Dialogue with Young Generation in times of conference IGF 2021 in Katowice. Today we'll talk about gaming and esports as new economic branch of an industry 4.0. Today with me we'll talk about this with Michał Kudliński, Polsat Games.
Hello.
Julian Żelaznowski, Chancellery of Prime Minister of Poland.
Hello, everyone.
Maciej Opielski, XCOM Ago Esport. I hope we're already connected via Zoom. And with Michał Białek from wykop.pl.
Excuse me, do this microphone works?
Looks like yes.
1, 2, 3.
So
Good morning.
It works?
yeah, we can. Oh,
Okay.
That's great. That's great. At the beginning, I would like to ask our guests, every one of you, would you describe yourself as a gamer? If yes, please raise your hand. How many gamers we got already here? Okay, so good crowd. Nobody would say that esport is not a sport. I hope so. And also, I've got the same question for you. Would you describe yourself as a gamer? And if yes, what kind of games do you like to play the most? Are those PC, console games? Maybe you are those horrible mobile games players, or just the board games? Please, Michał, can you start?
I usually differentiate gaming between esports uh, because I was never really into gaming. When I was young, I did not spend a lot of time with computer games. They did not attract me enough. But after I discovered online gaming, where you can compete against real people, the satisfaction the victory brings, or a good defeat within a good match, was something I was really attracted to. And I spent a lot of my young years playing online games, and that's the games I am interested in, and that's why my profession is esports commentator, to still be in touch with people who are really great in esports titles.
Mr. Żelaznovski, same question for you. Are you a gamer?
Thank you for having me, Maciej. Shortly said, yes, I used to play a lot. League of Legends, Quake, Unreal Tournament, Half-Life, League of Legends also, and of course Counter-Strike.
We got the same questions for our online guests. Mr. Białek, can you answer it?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I don't know, what do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Good morning again. So I used to play a lot, especially economic strategy games. Unfortunately, they are not so popular right now. And I also don't have so much time. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just playing casual arcade games, just like 5 minutes around or after the meetings. So this is what I'm doing.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Opielski.
Hello, welcome. For me, it's pretty much the same as for Mr. Kulinski. I started playing games, but like playing offline games and playing single players mode wasn't for me. When I discovered I can compete with people online and actually prove myself how good I am, that was the moment I started loving gaming and esports.
It's great. It's great that all of us actually are in touch with games, with gaming, with esports. It's a pleasure to talk with. Okay. Give us a second. Sorry. It's a pleasure to talk with such a great people. And my first question would be addressed to Mr. Opielski and Mr. Kudlinski. I got a question that is it difficult for new investors to enter the esport market with a new team or maybe with a new tournament? Is the market already full, or is there a place for new players? Mr. Kudlinski, can you start?
Of course, if we focus on esports, not gaming in a broader sense, and if we take the question in a general sense, is it easy to make use out of money you've put in a newly created project in esports? I'd say it's quite a task. It's quite a challenge. It's not easy. It's getting easier every year, but it's difficult right now, in my opinion, and I try to name a few reasons for that. Firstly, esports is such a young and fresh industry and phenomena that is yet to be regulated by governments or law, yet to be formalized, yet to develop its own universal structures within esports, within business side of it, and it will take time before it happens. Another thing is there is a big difference between sports and esports. In sports, you have teams, league, you have federations, but no one actually owns the sports discipline itself. In a literal sense. In literal sense, no one owns the football. But in esports, it's the very thing. The game developer creates a game, it becomes an esports, and the game developer has full autonomy within this field, both an esports and the business side of it. So when you are running a project within those esports, you have to take into an account the developer decision. You have to adapt, and those decisions are often capricious. Let's say you run a series of tournaments or a league, and suddenly the game developer does not prolong the license for it. You are not granted it. You cannot run your tournaments anymore, and your project in some way fails, or you've invested a lot of money in a successful team of players that are good in a current version of the game. But the current means a lot, because in sports, the major rules are not shifting a lot. The sport discipline stays the same for a most of time. But in esports, the game changes in every month in a rapid speed. That's crazy, but your team can go from hero to zero in a spark of a moment, and you can waste a lot of money by that. So there are also other examples of that. Let's not go into that. And also there are small, I would say, esports HR crisis, because you need to run a project by a really grown up and mature person who knows the business side, the marketing side of running a project, and also this person is required to understand esports, understand its culture, understand how niche it is. And it's hard to find a proper person who then can take from both of the worlds. It's really hard, but it's a necessity. And also, the esport itself is really niche. It's deeply rooted in a culture of very young people. An average age of a traditional sport viewer is around 42, 43, depending on the sport discipline. For an esport discipline, it's 22, 23, nearly cut in half. Are you sure your project you've invested in understand this young people culture, sense of humor? Is it attractive for that? Of course, nowadays everyone starts to learn the internet culture, esports culture, but it takes time, takes an effort. And you see the picture I try to draw. It's hard to go long term into esports. It's quite a risk. And yet, and that's a big esports paradox, you need to go long term. I cannot actually imagine short-term profits in esports. You have to put a lot of money, invest a lot of money. There are big costs to develop a structure, good project, hire a proper man, and maybe in a few years, your product will be attractive for enough young people that they will bring you sponsor, that will you bring you profits, some returns in a few years span. But it not always happens. Esports industry is wild. It's a base to be tamed, and it's often a sunk cost. So I'm an optimist for the future, but right now I understand why sponsors are distancing themselves from esports. It's quite a risk, quite a challenge.
Thank you very much for this answer. And Mr. Opielski, what's your view on this topic? Are you afraid of competition for your organization, or maybe you feel settled and safe without any fear of this?
Well, I will focus more on the organization point of view. Investment is always welcome. Like we always want new investors, but mainly the decision to enter a new title depends on as Mr. Kodlinski said, on the developer. If the rights to the tournaments are open, if the rights to the esports ecosystem are open, because you can imagine that you would invest, like, let's say $1 million for the talk here in a esports team in a specific title, because like the ecosystem is open. You can qualify for each tournament, even for the world championship, because everybody has a chance. And you invested that amount of money, and suddenly the developer decides, okay, we the previous model we had was pretty good, but now we want to focus on more on monetizing our system, and we do a franchise system. You have to buy a slot in our cycle of tournaments, or if you're not part of the franchise system, you won't be able to be a part of the World Cup finalists team. And that's the reason I think, like, for new investors, it depends on the developer of the game, which title you would like to enter. You still have quite a lot of games that the rights of the ecosystem are open. So like we have a CS:GO, like Counter-Strike Global Offensive, like Fortnite, and many more games that we can just find new players and try to develop them as a professional athletes, and be part or participate the most stacked tournaments that they are. But yeah, for us as a esports organization, it's always like quite a task. First of all, to to stay at the level, because as Mr. Koliński said, the games are changing. It's not like we have one path or one patch on a certain game each year. For League of Legends, I think it's even one patch each month, or even faster. In Counter-Strike or Fortnite or any other games, there are like at least 10, maybe 5 to 10 patches, changing completely the game, like for the meta, for like Mr. Kuni said, from hero to zero. Those players will feel comfortable in this specific meta of the game, and if the meta changes, they won't feel comfortable. So you need to develop the players, and the same goes for the organization. In this year or previous year, that was the system that was working for the organization, and the content they were creating was funny. The next year it could change. You need to develop also the organization. So I would say, like, the market is still open, but it requires first of the long-term solutions. You need to see your investments are long-term. You won't get profit in 1 year or 2 years. It doesn't even depend on how much money you will invest. It will be $500K or $10 million. It doesn't matter. But you need to see a bigger picture and a definitely longer way to get profit from working in an organization, an esport organization.
Thank you for this suggestion. I think I will try to make some investments. And of course, for you, don't be afraid to start new teams, to start new organizations. As I heard and as we heard, there is a still place for new players in this case. The next question I will address to Mr. Żelaznovski and Mr. Kuliński, and it's gonna be about maybe some sort of collaboration of government and the gaming industry. Does esport and gaming industry have a chance to support the government in promoting Poland and promoting international initiatives? I mean, first of all, success of Witcher series, and maybe tournaments that were designed for example, for Future Sports Festival, which was designed for teams from countries of the Visegrad Group. So, Mr. Żelaznovski, how you see this topic?
Okay, so firstly, maybe I will make some remark about the whole industry. So the globally gaming industry generates about $175 billion revenues. So it's amount to the GDP of Ukraine or Greece. So it's really a huge area to address your business. And secondly, almost half of the world civilization are the players. So 2.9 billion players all around the world. So you can imagine how huge amount of people you have to address our ideas, values, or some communiques that we want to persuade them to. And to answer your question, The Witcher is a really good example of how we could make some successes intentionally, but secondly, how one success is not enough. I have encountered some of the newspapers all around the world titles after the Netflix series, and it was estimated as a huge success, was released, and after The Witcher 3 was also released. So there were few kind of thoughts. First was about the books. So Andrzej Sapkowski books topped Amazon's and Google Books sales list and were 13 New York Times bestsellers. Second was about the game, that Witcher 3 won the first place on global top sellers on Steam. Third was about the series. So the Netflix platform had a record viewing weekend. And it sounds really impressive, isn't it? But we are 2 years after those events. Now I take a look about the rankings of the most viewed series. 2 years ago it was the Witcher, but now if you take a look at this list, first is Squid Games, 1.6 billion views. Second is the Bridgerton, I don't even know the series, 675 million views. And Witcher is just at the 5th place with 500 million views. So the idea that I want to say that is you can't stand on one leg. because I believe that The Witcher promotes Polish culture much more than the Squid Games promotes the Korean one. If you've seen the series, you know what I mean. But we need much more of those successes. Second thought that comes to my mind, if it's that a fantasy are a really great tool for promoting some ideas, and many countries do their culture and historical politics based on the movies, series, and games. And probably the United States are the best in that. So you can see a lot of super production that are about some United States successes, and when we look at our history, and I mean history of Poland and our movies, they are mainly about some like different scale of successes. And third thing is that The Witcher promotes the heroes that is imperfect, the hero that makes some mistakes. And I believe that if we could say what our culture can give to the world, is this imperfection in being a hero. And I wonder that that it's the way that people see themselves in being imperfect, more than just being this amazing United States heroes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Opielski, would you encourage your team to participate in a tournament that would promote some multi-government summit or something similar to this?
Yes, of course. Like because you started with the V4 Future tournament, we had the possibility to be part of the tournament this year, because we advanced there as a Polish national esports team. It's like, for us, it's always a great pleasure to promote our country abroad, right? And definitely on tournaments that are taking place abroad. A few years ago, there was a cycle of tournaments where only players for certain countries could participate in a tournament. Something like we have World Championship in football right now. So you need to have the certain passport of the country to be part of the team, and the national teams like play versus themselves to find the one and the winner. And that's something I think we are missing. But if we could do something like a tournament like that, will be also a great opportunity to promote certain country, if with the help of its government, to show not only the esports side of the certain country, but also like everything that is good and around that country, right? That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you very much. We talk about some advantages of esports industry and the gaming industry, but I would like to talk also about the disadvantages, because entertainment has never been so accessible and also so addictive. We got really easy connection to Netflix, to Twitch, to everything within a seconds. But some players become addicted to drugs, such as Ritalin or Adderall, who helps them improve their skills and so on and so on. And also, this entertainment, this video game entertainment, it's interacts directly with our brain and dopamine production. Is this a problem that gaming industry should address, or maybe a public sector? How do you view this issue? And with this question, I would like to start with Mr. Białek.
Good morning again, and thank you very much for this question. We're just talking about the booming industry of gaming, but sometimes we are just not talking about the shadows. And this is one of the shadows that there's a lot of people that have problems. Probably when we started today, then the first thing we did was checking our phone, checking the Instagram, checking Facebook, and seeing beautiful people, young, successful, and then people start to ask themselves a question: why they are there, why we are not there. And this is a huge problem. All of us need some kind of attention, some kind of, to be noticed, and people start to think what they can do to make it to be there on the same position. So they start to play with drugs, and this is one of the options. If there's still not there, they try to somehow appear on the market. This is a hate speech, because we shouldn't say only about gaming. It's whole the digital world, especially after lockdown in the COVID times, where the digital is really, really important. So I run a social media site, and probably once a week we contact the police, because we see that in the comments there's someone that says about making a suicide. And this is a huge problem that just arises. And of course we are contacting the police, we are sending the details of that young guy, he or she. But honestly, I'm in the business for 20 years, and I don't see any institution that is taking care about those that do not follow. And I truly believe that this is an important issue, especially in the public sector, because I believe that only they can help. I mean, there should be some kind of topic in schools, how to fight with the hate speech, how to fight with the gaming addiction. So I truly believe that there should be some program in the public sector to help with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mentioned the public sector, how this topic applies to the public sector, and we have a representative of it. Please, Mr. Żelazowski, answer my question. How should gaming industry deal with this problem? Maybe public sector, or maybe you see this not a problem at all?
Okay, so I'm not an expert on mental health, but I don't believe that government should somehow regulate this market. For example, if you can see at the China, and they're limited the playing for childs for about 3 hours a week, if I'm not wrong. This thing couldn't work in Western civilization, as freedom is one of our basic values. And if government would actually limit the hours of games that young people plays, next day you could see, or I believe, every citizen playing a game. So it's not a recipe for that. And what I can see instead is that we are going to absolutely different direction. So we can see games among the canon of lectures, among the obligated books that you books. It used to be books, but now there are books and games that you can play to pass your exams. First time in the world history, we could see esports at the Olympic Games. So we could see e-Olympics. So I believe that worlds around the world trying to really appreciate the gaming culture, not limit it.
Mandatory games in school, I think it's gonna be great idea. And I'm also kind of afraid that's gonna be a huge argument which the games should be mandatory, which are the legacy of gaming, and which you cannot just forget about. The next question I will address to Mr. Opielski, because the esports and the production of new games drive many different segments of economy. Professional sports have series of the gadgets, shirts, clothes, accessories, etc., etc. But are the expansion opportunity for esport and the gaming industry are ended? Is market full, or is this still a place for new, not only teams and organization, but new branches of legacy industry, past the industry, that gaming can go into and promote their products with their brands, with the names, etc.? Mr. Opielski, please answer for this.
So first of all, I think if it's going for esports or gaming, there's always plenty of space on everything. Either it's new investments or new kind of promotion. We can see like I prepared myself with few collaboration and few topics that. First of all, it doesn't care if you're like esports organization or you're a game developer. The last year showed us that you had collaboration a game Fortnite with the NABL or NFHL as a promoting way to like show those young players that there is not like there is something else other than gaming. So they promoted those specific games. The Fortnite also showed a collaboration with Marvel, so they impressed themselves with games collaboration with movie theaters or movies specifically. And what did organizations, esports organization, they did pretty much the same. They search on a market they search market for a certain culture, like I said before, Marvel or DC or movies like Batman, and they start promoting both marks, both the organization and the company that they're collaborating with, and showing that they can work with each other and they both gain from the cooperation in that sense.
And I would like to ask you to prepare some questions because I've got my last question and I want to give the microphone to you. The microphone is in the middle, so please prepare for it. And my last question, I would never think that a China domestic policy would be involved in talk about gaming, but here it is. Mr. Białek, please, because the government of People's Republic of China has radically restricted the possibility of playing for teenagers and kids. As Mr. Żelazowski said, it is 3 hours per week. How do you view this type of restriction?
From my point of view, it's a really tricky question because our business relies on the average time the user spends in the internet. So, of course, I mean, this is the first rule about it. And this is really important because we all think that this is all about the mental and physical problems that the games is doing. And just to start the talk, I think what we need to know is that the average time spent on gaming in China is more than 12 hours, while in States is around 8. And another stat that is also important is that the number of young players below the age of 18 in China is 110 million. It's just a number, but when we just see it as a number comparing to the population of Poland, which is 38 million, then we see that this is a huge problem that the Chinese government has to deal with. And we all think that this is the physical and mental issue, but I also want to pay your attention that this is not only, in my opinion, it's not only about it. I mean, games are also the values. They are promoting some kind of values. And I truly believe that the values that are promoted, they are not the values that the Communist Party relies on. This is the huge problem. I mean, when we see the media in China, we see that those pop idols, the gaming idols, they are just saying that their skin is too soft, that the males are too feminine, and this is the huge problem, which I believe that China is trying to deal with. They are trying just to block the market so that to protect their values, so that you're not going to be an American in China in this way.
Do we have any ad votum to this? Okay, maybe Mr. Guliński?
I may add one remark that it's useful, in my opinion, to differentiate modes of playing you can have, especially when we are talking about kids. Let's say one mode is this, let's name it passive one, when you are just, I would even say, wasting your time because you are so addicted. You are just playing and playing without any goal or task for yourself. And you could be like a passive recipient of chemical dopamine, let's say, to mention the previous question. And that's a mode one, which I assume worries some governmental organizations, like, for example, this in China. And we can compare it to Mode 2, which you cannot discard, because Mode 2 is the active one. And it get a lot of bigger and bigger attention in younger players. When we have online gaming, where there is a competition between players, and when in the Mode 1, it's all about relaxing yourself, just having a little fun. In Mode 2, there are a lot of young people actually playing really competitive, hard games, which are not really fun. That's I think there is some truth in a popular joke that the most popular world online game, League of Legends, it's not a fun. It's a job. It's really it will tire you. It will deprive you of your emotion during a great session of gaming. And I think it's worth emphasizing that the Mode 2 promotes being active, developing yourself, setting yourself a goal, and try harding. That's really important. That maybe it's even something an educational system can learn from gaming, that how games made young people try it over and over to overcome the challenges, overcome themselves, to grind for a better item, for a better rank, to make higher win ratio, to be better. It creates some values, it creates some hard work and being tough in a positive sense. So I think it's important to governments to act to eventually target maybe the Mode 1, which is the passive one, and see if the Mode 2 could be useful for actually role modeling how we can actively spend our time and develop with self, how we can, because, for example, sports, we are looking at the Mode 2. We are thinking doing sports is not a waste of time. It's developing a character of a sportsman. And I think there are parts of gaming, of this second mode, that actually promotes the same values as the sport.
Yeah, developing a discipline, this hard-working environment that can be used not only for esport but for every way of life. And in the meantime, do we have any questions? Anybody wants to ask about something? I highly encourage you for this. Okay. So thank you very much for this talk. Our guests were today Michał Kudliński from Polsat Games.
Thank you.
Julian Żelaznowski from Chancellery of Prime Minister of Poland.
Thank you.
Michał Białek from wykop.pl.
Thank you very much.
And Maciej Opielski from XCOM Agro Esport.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank, in the name of Council for Dialogue with Young Generation, to make this talk happen, and I would like to thank on behalf of Regional Center of International Debate in Katowice and Cluster of Social Innovation, who were partners of this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, so I think that we can start our panel discussion organized by the by our organization from Poland, by the Council with the Young Generation of the Republic of Poland. It's a pleasure and honor to lead this panel, to moderate this panel about very interesting subject. It is about freedom of speech on the internet, and we will talk about what does it mean for young people, because we spend more and more time in the internet, in social media, and there is still a discussion all over the world how this freedom of speech seem. So it's a pleasure to have here Kinga Niemiec from the Council of the Dialogue with the Young Generation of the Republic of Poland. We have also Lily Edinam Botshuye from Youth IGF, ICOC Youth from Ghana, from Youth IGF, Ghana Youth IGF. So thank you very much for taking this invitation. And we have also online two panelists, Jakub Borów from Slovakia, Youth City Council from Bardejov. So we have Jakub on the screen, and Jakub will also answer our questions. And we have also Sonia de Apro from Russia, also from Youth IGF. So we'll start about the question that will be the beginning of our discussion. So the question to Lily: how do you and young people in your country understand the freedom of speech on the internet?
Right. Thank you so much for the invitation, and always exciting to discuss and to share perspectives from our part of the world, and to also pick learnings from things that are happening across the world. Especially because even though there's the same thing happening, there may be differences. And I'm going to share what Ghanaians, and especially Ghanaian youth, think about freedom of speech. And I'm going to also link it to the work that we've done with the Internet Society Youth Special Interest Group, which is usually very, very, very global. So at Ghana, we have, just like other parts of the world, freedom of speech being a human right. What that means is that it's universally accepted that people can air their views about certain topics and that they're able to contribute to certain happenings. Over the years, what we've seen is that Ghanaians have also joined the worldwide wave of contributing to discussions online. And how they do this is through traditional media, that is radio, that is TV, and to a large extent, even social media. And where you'd find most people participating so much, that is young people participating, is social media. And you have young people advocating for issues that are happening in their country on social media, and that is how they express their freedom of speech. And usually, you'd find that there are people who would want to probably tell you that this is where you can speak up to, and this is where you can probably get to that is not acceptable, or that is there's a point that you speak to that probably violates also people's rights. And so what we've seen over the years on social media for Ghanaian youth is that people are learning to be very vocal about happenings in our community via traditional means, that's the traditional media, or using social media. I'm going to give you an example. So Ghana had elections just last year in 2020, and we had the hint that the government was probably preparing to do a certain shutdown, so people do not propagate misinformation. You may think about it and think that, okay, if you're using the idea of a shutdown being good for people, maybe it's good so people do not spread misinformation in the wake of an election and to cause any fear and panic. But no, we all know what the implications of internet shutdowns are, right? So we had an uproar on social media. People took to social media to start conversations around it, and it didn't take even long. After a day, all those intents, all those plans came to a shut because nobody wants to hear that people's right to engage on social media and have access to connectivity is curtailed because you're thinking that there's going to be the spread of misinformation. So they didn't just say that stop it, but they gave alternative. What they did was to say, if you want to prevent the sharing of misinformation, maybe you should let people know that this is the effect of misinformation if you share it, and this is the effect of fake news if you continue sharing it, especially in an election, and the implication that will have on our community. So in Ghana, the freedom of speech is understood. Sometimes there are issues where you have people having their rights curtailed because it will violate that of others, but people are understanding it and still evolving its use in practicality, because there are many things that come up when people speak on issues, especially in politics and general human rights in Ghana.
Yes, that's really interesting that the social media and freedom of speech in social media influences more and more year by year, also in the politics area and in the elections. So that's very interesting case. Kinga, how does this situation looks in Poland? So how do young people in your country, in our country, understand the freedom of speech in social media?
Well, first of all, for young people, freedom of speech is a value, is fundamental value. So we spend more and more time in virtual world. Thanks to social media, we can express our opinion, take part in discussion, and build some community. On Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, we can express ourselves and create community, meet people who are very who are like us. We can talk more and more and improve our language or our hobbies. And freedom of speech is one of the most important elements of social media activity for us. They are great communication channel that allow us communication with people from all around the world. But unfortunately, many users encourage hate speech. Also, we have to pay attention for hate speech because it's very negative influence for our mental health, especially for young people.
Yes, it's also very important aspect in recent years and during the pandemic. Also, this mental health. But now let's move to Slovakia, where we have Jakub Borów from the Youth City Council of Bardejov, very beautiful city in Slovakia. Jakub, how do young people in your country understand the freedom of speech on the internet? What are the differences between this situation in your country and these countries that are represented here by the previous speakers?
Hello, thank you for invitation. I would start with the fact that we are the first generation that we had IT education at our elementary schools. It means that teachers were explaining us how does the internet works, that there is so many traps and that we have to be careful. And also we are the first generation that we experienced cyberbullying in really like young age. And that's something different from the older generation, because when I asked my grandma, she had like really short course of like computer technology. However, we like what I remember from really first time I entered the elementary school when I was 6 years old, teachers kept repeating that we have to be aware of what we post on the internet, that internet is going to remember it forever, and that the hate speech can be if it's not true or if it's not respectful, then the police can act. And this is something what is missing in older generation. And I think that's like the huge difference. And also the young generation in Slovakia, we are mostly using Instagram and we don't use Facebook that much anymore. And I think on Instagram, there is not a problem that like the issue with freedom of speech is not that big as it is on Facebook. So I would say that this is something really specific for Slovakia, that IT education or like cyber education is here already for almost 20 years, and that's something what really shaped my generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakub. It's really interesting. It's also really interesting, this aspect of education and aspect of changing the generations and the approach to social media. Now I would want to ask Sonia de Apro from Russia about the same question. So how does it look? How do young people in Russia understand the freedom of speech in internet, in social media?
Well, thank you very much. Hello. Yes, in Russia, I think as in many other countries, freedom of speech, first of all, is a legal human right and opportunity to have voice and share with ideas, with thoughts. Their opportunity is always about responsibility. responsibility of the possible consequences, the consequences of the ability to express your opinion, share information, communicate, and etc. And those who understand this, also in Russia, use this opportunity, all the accuracy and knowledge of why we are doing it. And these are various communities of young leaders from different spheres, people who strive to change the world for the better and give it new opportunities. They bring good to the world. But as in is any fairy tale, as we know, there is evil, which is the flip side of possibilities and does not take into account responsibility at all. So I think we all remember Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. And the Constitution of the Russian Federation contains Article 29, for example, which guarantees everyone freedom of thought and speech, the right to freely seek, receive, transmit, produce, and distribute information. In any legal way, freedom of the media is guaranteed and censorship is prohibited. So yes, I agree that today, for young generation, also in Russia, freedom of speech is a big value. So we value it.
Thank you very much, Sona. And now we are back with Lily. And the next question about the development of internet and social media in the recent years, because it's really fast. And I think that 30, 40 years ago, more adults don't even imagine that this development will be so fast. So I would want to ask you about, just like in the SWOT analysis, what are the strengths and the threats of the development of social media, because we see not only the good positive sides, but only maybe negative. Which sides would you enumerate?
Right. So I think it's very important because I'm going to run through in Ghana the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, just like you mentioned SWOT. So over the years, we have dwelt mostly on the strength of the internet and how it's able to get people connected, even outside their jurisdiction, that is their geographical location. It takes them beyond, allows you to connect with people from across the world, allows you to access opportunities from across the world. So that's like a strength of it. And we have the advent of COVID. Now, with the advent of COVID, people have been able to take full course models online. People have been able to take their work online. People have been able to connect with families and friends and even undergo therapy even online. In Ghana, we've had people who had assistance online because, right, that's the power of technology for us and the strength that it gives us to be able to use it. Now, because technology is very fast evolving, there are other things that come with it. And you want to talk about a weakness like security and trust. And one of the things that you hear most people talk about is how secure the internet is for usage, that people can trust their digital assets, can trust the information going online, can trust even their activities online between their friends, hoping that nobody intercepts it for whatever reason. That's a weakness. And the weakness there does not just dwell on technology and the space that you're in, but it's with the ideas that people have and the awareness that they have to be able to protect themselves. It's a weakness. Not many people know about it. Not many people know about VPNs. People still have weak dictionary words as passwords. People still have to learn that they have to update their software as and when they see it. I mean, I'm very guilty. When I see the prompt to update, I keep rescheduling because I don't want to restart my machine because I'm working on it at the moment. But those are weaknesses and things that are not helpful for us because maybe a developer has detected a bug and is looking to fix it so that you can have very good software to work with. So the strength is, I've mentioned the strength, the weakness is this one. And opportunities are what we are seeing currently, that we young people are able to shape our dream internet, are able to contribute to building technologies because the internet is for everyone and our ideas as young people, like our friend said from the other country, that we are the very first generation of active users of the internet who are going to be growing up, not just using it, but learning to build it, learning to innovate, right? So we have all these ideas that are helpful. So the opportunity for us there is that we are able to innovate in technology and for the internet, and we are also able to learn some more. Everybody knows about the University of YouTube. You can go to YouTube, and if you were, say, a doctor, you can learn data analytics, because you are going to commit to learning data analytics and probably move into bioinformatics, because you have the health part and you have now the analytics part. That's the opportunity the internet gives to us. But there are also many threats that stem from different angles. We've spoken about the security. You've even spoken about trust. There's even stability when it comes to the internet, because of internet shutdowns, where governments and in many places, even military, are using the internet as a tool to de-weaponize people who are supposed to be having access to it, right? But right now there are shutdowns that are really not helpful for people. Another threat you want to think about is what I've heard many advocacy groups advocate against. It is called backdoor access. Everybody knows that encryption is good, but usually you have some governments say that you should allow some access, so that if you wanted to have any investigation on somebody, we can find them, we can get some details on them. But once you leave a hole or a loophole in a security system, it's already flawed, because the very way you used to secure a breach, or like you used to leave that space open for you to be able to investigate more people, is that same loophole that somebody who's a hacker or an attacker can use to breach a whole system. So essentially, because technology is fast evolving, even over time, we'll be likely to see more things that are happening. And one of the things that are happening fast that we are seeing before our eyes is the effect of technology and the internet even on the environment. You hear people talk about environmental sustainability and digital sustainability. Are the tools and the devices we are building helping us in the long run? Would it have any effect on climate change in the long run? What is this like in the future? If you wanted to connect the next billion, would we connect the next billion and in the long run suffer from it because we have mined cobalt for devices, we have dumped waste in Ghana. In Ghana, we have a dump site called Agbogloshi, which is seen to be the largest e-waste dump site, if not in Africa, maybe the world. There are many people who bring secondhand devices from outside into Agbogbloshi, and it's a problem because they are burning, they are recycling it illegally, and it's not helping even their health and the environment. So that's also another threat that exists, and one of the things that are evolving over the time that people are beginning to talk about it now, that there can be some subtle effect of the devices and the development on the environment, and we have to start discussing that also.
Yes, this aspect of shutdowns is also really interesting, because we have many situations when we have the problems with Facebook or Messenger, when young people, for example, from the first year of their studies, could not meet because they cannot communicate without Messenger, without Facebook, and there were many accidents that they they were not able to even meet in the evening. But I will want to ask also to make this aspect wider about the regulations of social media. Do you think that Lily, do you think that the situation of social media, the impact of social media on young people, to the many people in all over the world is so big that it should be regulated by state or by the organizations, maybe like United Nations or other organizations, continental organizations, international organizations, or not, or it should not be regulated? I ask this because, for example, in Europe we have from 1 year the very serious discussion about the Digital Service Act that is led by the European Commission, and the discussion of between presidencies. Now the Slovenian presidency in Europe is really interesting, and the main just the main answers are that the impact of social media is so big that it should be maybe more regulated. What is your point of view?
Right. So I'm going to share from experience, right? The conversation is very nuanced in the sense that people think that there should be essentially a balance. If you wanted to regulate whatever, there should be a balance. And this is why I was on a radio show where my friend says something about social media regulation and even content regulation. And I'm going to come to that. He said that there are people who sit behind accounts that are fake, parody accounts and all those, and perpetuate a lot of things, and essentially you don't find them. He was thinking that if you can say it online, probably should say it to my face. I mean, because he had personal issues, but like that's just like the very basis of that. But there are many people who have caused an uproar on social media who we don't usually know, and people think that maybe if you started having say ID on social media would be helpful. But let's think about it. By dint of the fact that we are in an era of Web 2.0, which is like where people create a lot of content, moving into Web 3.0, where there are going to be a lot of device and digital, involvement in our content. It means that people are likely to still see most of these fake profiles and everything come up. Now, there's something about regulation that I've come to realize. There's regulation that stifles innovation and regulation that can promote innovation. There should be a fine line between the both of them, because essentially, if you're regulating the use of social media, it means you're going to be curtailing people's right to probably create content and to share content, especially those that are local, because now we're even advocating that there should be more local content created. So if you were to start regulating content and social media usage, it means that there's to a large extent people that won't be able to use it and won't be able to innovate to the times and to be able to maximize the use of social media and technologies to a large extent. So I'm thinking that what are we essentially regulating? What do we want to do? Is it the platforms or the content? Is it usage? What is it that we are looking to regulate? And it can bring into perspective maybe an idea on how to do it and do it properly. I know from 2018 there's been a conversation around net neutrality. People talk about allowing everything and anything, access to that and everything. But I'm wondering what the implications will be if people have access to everything and anything, and if you can access any site or anything from anywhere, would it be helpful for you? Those are like questions that we have to think about when we think about regulation. So I, for one, will think about that nuanced conversation about where to draw the line. What is it what is it that we want to regulate, and how can we do it so that it doesn't stifle people's, it doesn't prevent or breach people's rights, and doesn't also stifle innovation and people's freedom to work online. And that's generally essentially what I have in mind around regulation.
Okay, thank you very much. And now the question to Kinga. Will come back to the previous question about the positive and negative sides of the development of social media and this impact of social media on our daily life. What positive and negative sides of social media can you see?
I'm glad you're asking. This is an essential question. Social media has strong influence on the freedom of young person. Online communication plays a significant role in our life, in our daily routine. We can't imagine live without social media at this century. So online communication is something we can do every time on a bus. We can communicate with all world. Young people learn online, write with friends, date, and work on social media. When we browsing Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, on other social media, we compare themselves to the idol, to the influencers. Well, young people are inundated with retouched photos, the ideal of influencers' life. Unfortunately, not everyone is aware that Instagram is only a part of these people's life. This can negatively affect the well-being of young people because of the compare, because some standards on Instagram that's impossible to get that quick time that our idols shows every single day. But on the other hand, a lot of young people get inspiration. They're finding new hobbies, meeting new people, creating a community. I believe that development of social media is inevitable. This powerful tool makes our daily function very easy.
Thank you very much, Kinga. And now the next question to Jakub, to Slovakia, because I mentioned the Digital Service Act, which is proceed by the in the area of the European Union, and Slovakia is a part, very important part, also on the European Union. So, Jakub, what do you think? The regulation of social media is needed. The social media has so much power that should be regulated by state or by European Union or another international organization. What is your opinion on that?
First of all, we have to understand how Facebook or YouTube is working. If you will put to search in, for example, let's use YouTube, dogs. Yeah, you will click on the first video of dogs, and then the YouTube will keep proposing you a new videos of the dogs. And in the end, you will find yourself in the situation when you are clicking still on the new video of the dogs. Yeah, and it's because the main goal, the main aim of the YouTube is to keep you on the internet on that platform as long as possible, because they want to show you let's say commercial advertising, and the more time you spend there, the more money they will get from the companies that are advertising on the YouTube. And that's why this algorithm was created, to keep you there, and you keep just like clicking on the same videos, because the algorithm works like that. It's not a problem until the situation when in Slovakia, for example, when the pandemic started, people started protesting. And if you clicked first on the video where the people who were protesting against face mask were, let's say, taken by the police, they used water cannons, they used many like, let's say, they used, like, the police used a power against people, then you just kept like watching the videos of police brutality. And then if you clicked first on the video where they are attacking police, then YouTube was showing you just the videos where the police is attacked by the protesters, and then you are how to say that? Then you're just watching one point of view from one perspective, and we realized that we have two groups of the people which are against one against another, and it's mostly because that's how the social media works. They keep you showing the same image still over and over again. When I mentioned dogs, if you click on the dogs, it keeps showing you dogs. It like YouTube will not show you a cats, because YouTube knows that you want to see more dogs. And if you keep clicking on the dogs, or if you keep clicking on the, let's say, right-wing content or left-wing content, then social media will not show you the other perspective. And that's like really serious thing. That's why European Union has such a problem with Facebook, because that's like the main reason why there is a huge radicalization in Europe. And it's not mostly problem of young people, but I would say it's definitely a problem of people who are over 30. And this is something what really needs to be solved. And I think one from the solutions to the future may be the when you pay subscription, when you pay to YouTube to not show you the new advertisement, because then the YouTube is making money without without need to keep you on the YouTube as much as they can. And this is something what will be, I think, this is something what can change the current situation, because the radicalization in the society is really huge, especially here in Slovakia. It's critical. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Jakub. I will want to ask more about the specific situation of the freedom of speech in the social media, because more than a year ago we have a very huge situation, very loud situation about social media in the campaign in United States, where Donald Trump was banned in Twitter and in Facebook. We can have a positive or negative opinion about this person, but it was a huge, I think, huge moment in the history of social media, that the President of the United States, one of the most powerful countries in the world, was banned, and it had a big impact on the campaign, I think. So in this situation, I will want to ask Jakub, and maybe similar situations in the future that can appear. What do you think, that the situation of social media should be more regulated or not, and they should just take decisions about the ban of very important people?
As a student of law, that's a really interesting question. I think the social media should not be the one who are banning people. I think we will discuss it later, because we have also some decisions of the courts. But I think it should be the state policy that is banning people. Not some private company shall say it like, oh, tomorrow I will ban that person because I don't know what. I think the state should create the regulations and the tools that will allow or will give us opportunity to really decide who should be banned and who no. I think it's like really a huge power in the hands of private company. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much, Jakub. And now it's time to Sonia. Sonia, the same question about the regulations of the social media. What do you think, that this situation should be more regulated, or maybe not so much regulated? What's your point of view?
Yes, thank you. The activity and functioning of social media takes place in a cross-border space where there are no clear boundaries yet. I can say that, of course, there are local, regional, and national rules and laws. For example, we know the GDPR, or we know the experience of China and Russia in building sovereign cyberspace. But there are attempts to regulate social media. It is very important to be able to strengthen the security of users and eliminate the criminal part that exists in social media as well, However, this active use, broadcasting meanings, values, and dissemination of information and news materials, then in this case, one should adhere more to the possibility of, I think, and awareness of one's own nature as a responsibility and mission of life. After all, freedom is valuable because it carries a positive responsibility, which must certainly be used in good intentions, knowing that it can affect both the present and the future, including future generation, in whose hands the same will be, that responsibility. And we should now teach how to use this right. So I think that it's more like about self-regulation, about us, like users. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And now the question to Lily. I want to make this discussion about the regulations maybe wider. You say some aspects about this, but I would want to ask that in your opinion, should social media be more engaged, more committed to removing illegal or harmful content in social media area? And what about fake news? Because fake news is more and more popular, and especially during the time of pandemic, especially during the time of vaccination process, a lot of fake news from all sides, I would say, are spread, and how to fight with that.
Exactly. So we've seen over the years how important information is. You just mentioned very important scenarios where the availability of information can make or break a process. You mentioned fake news and say the era of a pandemic, fake news and misinformation in the era of vaccination. And I'm even going to mention in the era of, say, elections. Imagine somebody sits somewhere and says, okay, guys, maybe there was an election in the country. This presidential candidate has moved a whole electoral, say, box or ballots to another place, and then the followers of this person begins to attack, and there's chaos everywhere. That is the effect of somebody's very, very loose talk on social media that has cost maybe millions and millions and millions of people. Probably if you go down history, we'll probably have instances like this. But the essence of the history and experiences that people have had for us now is for us to be very vigilant and look out for things that usually cause chaos and unrest in our communities. And where it starts from is social media, because like I mentioned, we're in this era of the Web 2.0, moving into Web 3.0, where there are more content creation for people and even more devices are getting connected, and so many people are getting connected and also sharing information. So the tendency of somebody to create information that suits them, that's not entirely true, and that could have repercussions, is very high. It is very necessary that there are already, I think, fake news detector sites where you can probably even put a URL or a news URL and probably detect whether it's real or not. I think even Google does something like that for you to be able to detect if a particular news item that you are probably reading was true or not. And it's good because you don't want to have to deal with more like a reactive approach to solving this. That is, the harm has already been done. They are trying to help it. The proactive approach is what people do when they copy the link and go to verify whether it's true before they start to share. So I think to a large extent, there's a need for a proactive approach to curtailing the spread of misinformation before it gets far. And one way is to have detectors or ways to remove them before they even spread, and also maybe we should even have some penalty for people who spread this information. We're penalizing them. That will be like in the stream and maybe a projection in the future. How do you make sure that this a particular news site that is maybe very notorious for posting fake news is not continually in action and continually sharing information? How do you make sure that you're able to find them out and clamp them down so it doesn't continue? It's very important. I mean, we can't overemphasize how important it is. Information can cause people, whether positively or negatively. So the earlier we start detecting and removing fake news and misinformation, the better. But we all have a role to play. Yourself, if you have information on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, do you do any checks? Is there any fact checking for you? How do you go about it? I mean, I was just in a session where a friend was mentioning that we now even have older folks or people who didn't grow up with technology and digital tools being the perpetrators, the large perpetrators of the spread of misinformation. Because my mom sends me a lot of stuff saying that maybe there's going to be a meteorite coming from somewhere, and that's because somebody has sent it to her and told her to send to 12 people, or to send to 15 people, or send to this number of people, and something happens. So there has to be also, for us who are young people, who are in the space and understand this, there's supposed to be this reverse mentoring, where because we are aware of the situations, to also teach our parents and the older folks. I think that's also one part. We know we speak about youth inclusion most of the time, but it's also the exclusion of the older folks. Everybody thinks that maybe they are the older ones, so they don't need so much help, but they need help too. in as much as we also do. And in that way, when we start with ourselves as subjects who can, where we can stop the spread from us, then it means we wouldn't get even into the platforms where it gets the momentum that it gets to go even further. So those are my views essentially.
Yes, and another side of this problem are users that maybe because of the failures of the social media platforms, they have maybe problems with their content that it is not illegal or harmful, but the algorithm of social media decided that it is illegal or harmful or it is fake news because if Facebook or Instagram or Twitter would have to check every message, every content by person. I think it should hire maybe a few billions or millions of people to check it. So should be any formal appeal, show me any formal path to appeal from the decision of the platform if we do not agree with that. What do you think, Lily?
That's actually, I mean, it's a very important point you've mentioned. So there is the issue of tagging and removal, and the issue of wrong tagging and removal of information, and how to appeal to, for that. I have not seen I've not seen a practical way that has been done yet, but I see. Let's just say what happens to people when probably their profiles are like brought down. Usually Twitter can say that you've posted something that was not appropriate, and so they pull down your profile temporarily, and they give you an option to probably report or say it was it was not the right thing, or maybe it was a mistake that happened, not for you, but maybe on their part, and you can send a text. It's like a response to the tech team, and they're probably able to escalate it to who is in charge. Maybe if that happens, that can be a route to follow. That there's an opportunity for you to give feedback, to reach somebody who can escalate it to another person who probably reinstates your information if it's right. From the top of my mind, that's what I think is a route to go. That there is feedback and opportunity for you to say if something was right or done or done wrongfully, because it was not like fake news. And these are machines and these are platforms, and there's still learning that's happening, and that's why from time to time they do a lot of tests to fix all these. So it's good that we are talking about them now, so they can know that even though they are rightful tagging of like misinformation, there could be also the wrongful side of it.
And Kinga, what is your point of view about this removal or illegal content by social media platform? And maybe sometimes it is not correct. It is failure of it could be the failure of the social media platform, and the user doesn't agree with that decision. Should it be a formal path to appeal from the decision of against the decision of social media platform?
I'm glad you asked. Last year, when most people of us had work and learn online, social media has become the main channel of communication. Many young people started to move their business into virtual world. So many companies have made their activities entirely depend on social media. For influencers and young people, losing access to their social content, social media accounts was really a tragedy. They lose money, they lose contract or everything what they built for many years. Well, in my opinion, the first step that blocked user should take is contact to the administration of a given portal or administration Facebook or Instagram. But thanks God, cooperation with Polish representative office of Facebook's. We are first country that have such solution will start working. Facebook cooperate with our government, and the agreement we signed supports the protective of freedom of speech on the internet, and portal users will receive a de facto additional appeal against blockades.
Yes, that's really interesting that this case of Poland, that with because of the cooperation with Facebook, we have this this path to appeal formal in the government side, and if we do not agree, we have to connect it with the it is connected with the applications, official government applications that confirm that you are a person that exist, and it's not a fake person. Lily, would you add something?
Really, I think it's well said. What she said, the steps are even more elaborate because I was thinking that route of like responding to, like she said, if they bring it down, you're able to like give feedback, and then she's even said, given an example that Poland is doing this, and this is like a good opportunity for us all to learn. I didn't know this, right? So I'm going to even look into it some more, and I think it's one way that we can pick best practices from countries that are spearheading and things in this regard. That was just like to say that I didn't know that, and I have to probably look into it more. So it's very important. And I'm going to be heading to another session, but I'm available to answer any questions should there be any. So for any other sessions, that's any other questions that may come out, I'm able to answer them also. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lily. And now the question to Jakub. This connected questions about the two sides of our discussions. So, do you think, Jakub, that the social media platforms should be more and more engaged, more and more committed to just ban or to shut down the users that spread disinformations, and should social media be more and more committed to removing illegal or harmful content or content connected with the fake news? And another aspect about this user that doesn't agree with the decision of social media platform, should it be the regulated path to appeal against the decision of social media platform? What is your opinion?
Yeah, like I would mention also, again, the legal aspect of this question. We have Article 10 of Human Rights Act, and here is also mentioned the freedom of speech. And there is one case when one platform, let's say it was also social media, and the users were posting their fake and let's say hateful information, and there is, like, to say it short, there is a case, Delphi versus Estonia, when European Court of Human Rights said that yes, the platform is responsible for hateful comments of its users when the users are anonym. So we can also use like what we have so far, like what the court said so far, but also I would mention our vaccination campaign in Bardio that is going on right now. The most of the hateful comments, like some people wanted to kill us as young people, and most of those profiles were fake. And we asked our prime minister what we can do when the profiles are obviously fake. And he said there is no way, just contact the police. And that's again connected to the law. And the law is here for thousands of years to protect us, to protect society, to protect individuals. And I think it should be also, like, we should also be able to or the law should be also to able individuals and the society online. And again, what I said in previous question, we met a lot of people here in Bardio that were trying to pursue us, that the vaccination will kill us. And it's not because they were stupid or not educated or something like that. They just, like, they just clicked on some video or on some post on the Facebook, and then the Facebook started showing them the content that was keep repeating that vaccination is going to kill you. It's same as if you would today give a like to someone who just posted on the Facebook that President Duda is responsible for COVID pandemics in the world, and you give the like, and then the Facebook will keep showing you more and more posts that the President Duda is responsible for the whole pandemic. Of course, it's not true. However, if you are every day you see it on your in your feed on Facebook, then you will start believing it, because it's what Goebbels said: if a lie is big enough and repeated enough, then people will start believing it, and that's something what is really dangerous for our society. And we should really think about the people who are influenced by fake news and the hate speech. That in fact, it's not just them being responsible for that, it's also the social media, the algorithm, as we mentioned, and that's something what really should be regulated by the law. And I think that's what already Kurt said, and it's something that also, like in Slovakia, the government is preparing new law about hate speech on the internet. However, as already I think Sona mentioned, that it's not, the internet is global network, and it's not enough if we will have just local initiatives or state initiatives. We really need to take global actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakub. And the same question to Sonia about the commitment of the social media platforms to just removal of the content that is seen as illegal or harmful or as a fake news. What do you think about this? Should social media be more committed in that? And in the another way, should users have a clear path to appeal from this decision of the Facebook, for example?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, social media, as we know, has a somewhat uncontrollable power in terms of the speed of information dissemination. It is worth, for example, for any media to post news in their account or on the website, as it immediately spreads around the world. And here there is an enormous risk in the spread of fake news. And I would like also to mention there is also a risk of children's collision, for example, in harmful content, which can have a strong psychological and traumatic effect on them, which can have irreparable consequences both for the child and for society as a whole. And what you said about the commitment of companies, of IT giants, we can say it. Well, I think that it is hard to say, because it is very hard to track down the dissemination of illegal information, even for law enforcement agencies, even for companies, remove it before it does harm. For example, you know, in Russia, this distribution of prohibited content and the violation of legislation regarding the dissemination of information is rather closely monitored. We have, for example, the case with the slowdown of Twitter in Russia. In addition, fines and a post on other social media such as YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, and also Twitter cannot every simple dissemination, every simple illegal information that is spread in the social media. So therefore, in my vision, companies, brands, those who have a voice, and simply social media users are aware of their responsibility and rely on self-regulation. Well, we are accustomed to reacting to fake news, for example, emotionally, brightly, making informational reasons out of everything, exaggerating and creating, in a sense, a show. often the users themselves, the audience self, makes a sensation out of nothing. It's matter of reaction. So therefore, in my opinion, we need to be able to change the policy of our attitude towards fake news and even to any information in a more uh, debatable and calm form, where the audience consuming information from the media or social media and will act for this media as an ally and assistant, creating a platform for public discussion of news submitted in a fake format. You know, the time is not too far away when news and more complex materials will be created by artificial intelligence, and a person must have enough wisdom, patience, and knowledge to cope with the common changes and what quality information he will receive. In other words, we need to be prepared. There is a three source rule in journalism, you know, so until the information is confirmed, is not confirmed by three authoritative sources, it is not considered reliable. So roughly the same principle should be used when consuming information from any means of disseminating information. And this already depends on the level of digital literacy, I think, of users, which is very important to think about and propose solutions both at the state level and at the company's stakeholders should pay attention, I think, to the development of digital literacy of the population and make the solution of this issue a priority on their agenda, since this directly affects security, for example, digital education, sustainable development, raising new personnel and new generation. So this is very hard issue and very serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. That was the last answer to our questions during our debate. So thank you very much about the discussion of the freedom of speech and on the internet and how does young people understand it. We mentioned a lot of subjects from the illegal or harmful content to the fake news, through fake news, and to even to the weaknesses and strengths of the social media and development of the social media. So thank you very much for taking part, for participation in our debate organized by the by our organization, so by the Council of the Dialogue with the Young Generation of the Republic of Poland. And thank you very much, panelists. It's Kinga Niemiec from Poland, Lily Ediman, Botrier from Ghana, Youth IGF, also Jakub Bor from the Slovakia, the Youth City Council on Bar the Youth, and Sonia De Agro from Russia. Thank you very much, and thanks to Emilia Kamińska that support us in organizing this panel, so this discussion maybe will be more and more wider, so thank you very much once again.
afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine too. And great that we can meet here without any problems. We can also see the hall.
So far, no problems, at least not on my side here.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the panel discussion, Business Academia Collaboration, New Skills Gateway and Innovation Nest. The evening gives an opportunity to meet one of the most talented pupils and students of the best technical schools and universities in Poland and showcase their talent and exceptional inventions. We will try to exhibit how such innovative mindset of young people and their ideas can be developed and enhanced with the support of leading universities and companies. Our aim is to give insight into the role played by universities and industry in nurturing disruptive ideas. I am pleased to introduce the distinguished panelists. Professor Dariusz Mrozek, Assistant Professor in the Department of Applied Informatics at the Silesian University of Technology. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Madam Natasha Eckert, Global Head of University Relations at Siemens AG. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Madam Ewa Mikos-Romanowicz, Business Development Manager at Siemens Poland.
Hello, nice to see you, nice to meet you.
Mr. Jakub Ciemięga, Intern in Industrial Automation at Bosch Rexroth, student at the Warsaw University of Technology and at the Warsaw School of Economics. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Mr. Karol Miądlicki, Head of IT Lab, Assistant at the West Pomeranian University of Technology in Szczecin.
Hello, welcome everybody.
Pupils from the Electronics and Computer Science Club Knurów, Poland, in alphabetic order. Bartłomiej Dudek, welcome.
Welcome, it's a pleasure.
Tomasz Kawalec, welcome. Patryk Kwaśniok, welcome. Bartłomiej Pacia, welcome.
Hi, hello everybody.
Szymon Rafałowski, welcome.
Hello.
Mateusz Zmuda, welcome.
Hello.
I would also like to send my warmest greetings to Mr. Donat Dubiel, who couldn't be with us, but who is the mentor of the Computer Science Club. My name is Aleksandra Musielek, and I will moderate today's discussion. First, to get a better understanding of the topic discussed today, I will start from running a short video showing the latest invention created by our guests from Rybnik and Szczecin. Let's see how the mini satellite CanSat Agok 1 works. The invention, which was awarded the first place in the Polish finals of the European Space Agency competition CanSat 2020. If you could give me a moment, please. What is?
I'm afraid we can't hear the audio from the video.
Yes, I too don't hear audio.
Just a moment, please.
Maybe you can hear the audio if you are not muted.
Okay, again.
Hello, we are Agotim, also from CNEI. We designed and built a functional mini-satellite for the CANSAT 2019 contest, and would be happy to share with you the details of our work. The CANSAT contest is a competition held by ESA on European scale, and SRO Poland from Copernicus Science Center on the national stage. The main objective of the contest is to create a can-sized mini-satellite designed to be carried 3,000 meters up into the air and descend using a parachute while performing a specific mission.
Our satellite consists of numerous subsystems, thanks to which it is capable of taking many measurements and controlling its position. We use the GPS module and magnetometer to estimate the position of our satellite in 3D space. That data can be later used by different algorithms. Main distinguishing feature of our satellite is its capability of flying to any chosen target in its range. It would not be possible with only sensors and algorithms, and besides them, we have to use some kind of control surfaces. Because of it, we decided to use a special type of parachute called the wing-type parachute. Thanks to its design, we gained the ability of controlling our CANSAT's flight's direction and speed. Thanks to special construction of our satellite and very flexible design, we can find many possible uses of our project. One of the main ones would be delivering packages to hardly accessible places during humanitarian help missions.
We spent a lot of time on this project, both in the workshop, in our homes, and in the field. It required many field tests. Initially, we used a big rocket-type kite and later drones to carry out our satellite to the desired altitude. In both cases, we used a launcher that would allow us to remotely free our CANSAT.
In order for the CANSAT to fly to its destination, it needed an autopilot algorithm that would control its parachute to safely guide it to the target. For such an algorithm to work perfectly, a large number of tests would be needed, way more than we were able to do in the field. Because of that, we designed a virtual testing environment capable of simulating various variables, such as wind conditions, satellite forward and descent speed, and GPS inaccuracy. It enabled us to create highly complex parts of the steering algorithm, such as over-target flight patterns. We won the contest, achieving first place ex aequo on the national stage. Sadly, the European stage of the competition didn't happen because of the pandemic. Despite this, we are happy with the outcome of the contest because of all the experience we were able to gather. Throughout this time, we learned programming on many platforms, basic aerodynamics, electronic prototyping, sponsor correspondence, project planning, and highly intensive group work.
Mateusz, if you could tell us a bit about how you came up with the idea of creating the satellite, and did any private company provide inspirational support to make this project a reality?
We came up with the idea of a gliding satellite quite spontaneously. We kind of got together and brainstormed all the ideas we had, and it turned out to be the best one at the time. So we didn't really exactly get any inspiration from any specific company, but there were many businesses and natural persons that help us to achieve our goal. For example, we had Ayut, our main sponsor, and we also had a crowdfunding campaign which collected over $2,000.
Thank you. And how time-consuming it was to take part in such a project?
Okay, so by default, we work 3 hours per week in our work station, and if we have work to do, we could spend up to around 30 hours per week. And except that, we spend many hours in the field, in field tests, and we work a lot of in home.
Thank you. And I presume that participating in this competition didn't consist of just building the satellite, as you mentioned. Were there other activities you had to complete?
The whole idea behind the CANSAT competition is to create a contest with processes similar to real space projects, like these realized by NASA or ESA. That meant that all the teams had to compile a set of lengthy reports, fully written in English, describing all their progress. That also meant we had to find the funding for our projects. And that was the motivation behind our crowdfunding campaign and looking for sponsors.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to the second video explaining how CMOF works.
Opracowaliśmy semiautonomiczny robot do dezynfekcji, który był opracowywany w ramach walki z COVID-19. Wynalazek można zastosować m.in. w szpitalach, w szkołach, w urzędach, na uczelniach wyższych i ma przede wszystkim odciążyć ludzi od uciążliwej czynności dezynfekcji. Czynność ta nie wymaga udziału ludzi, a dzięki zastosowaniu robota będziemy mogli zmniejszyć emisję wirusa poprzez zmniejszenie ryzyka zakażenia i rozprzestrzeniania się wirusa w społeczeństwie.
Mr. Miondlicki, to what extent collaboration with the university helped you to create your invention? What about your experience in cooperation with companies?
Hello, I'm Karol Miondlicki. We cooperate with Siemens for many years. So when we get this grant from the European Union funds, we check their offer and we select the components. They also offer their help. They come to us, they program, expand what we can do with this, and show our possibilities for this CMOV platform. We also cooperate with Siemens in didactic. We have test stands with PLC, and the students teach and learn how to program PLC. We also cooperate with CNC because we are in mechanical department, so we have many CNC machines, so we also cooperate in C-numeric and CNC solutions.
Thank you very much. And now let us watch how the problem of the dog named Dexter was solved.
Smart Collar, a gadget that keeps your dog safer than ever during her walks. It's a little GPS device that will let you find your pet in case it escapes, either seeking for adventures or in fear of some danger. When it happens, all you have to do is just click a button in the Smart Collar mobile app, and after a while, it will navigate you straight to where your paw is. Simple, isn't it? It works for over 20 hours after a single charge. You can use it to find your bike or a scooter too. Smart Collar consists of a GPS module, a telephone module with a SIM card for communication with a mobile app, a custom printed circuit board with a programmed microcontroller that is in control of the whole device, all powered by a battery and placed in a 3D printed waterproof enclosure with smooth edges and a bright pulsating LED to help you find your dog in the dark. The collar can be turned off only through the app, so don't worry if your dog tries to do it manually. That's all for the prototype. Wait for an upgraded compact, fast, and easy-to-use version of Smart Collar, also for cats.
Bartek, do you think that participation in the contest for young talents in electronics will help you in your future career?
I think that knowledge and experience I acquired through participating in this contest will for sure help me in both in my university life and in my professional life, just as it helps me in my current life as a student and a hobbyist. Participating in this competition, I had an opportunity to work on my technical skills, such as circuit design and programming, as well as some other skills like teamwork, writing skills, and presentation skills. Because not only the design had to be as its best, but the project had to be well described by an oral presentation and a written description. What was quite new for me, because usually I would just build a project in my room, say, well done, and let it be. Also, all of the problems we encountered while building this project, and there are many of them, made us gain some knowledge that is not supposed to be learned by reading books or studying theory, but has to be learned by practice, by working on something tangible. And to make this project different from my previous ones, we had some deadline, which, trust me, changes a lot. Apart from this, I've met a number of other young enthusiasts of electronics to exchange my experience with, and it is needless to say how significant the role of networking is nowadays. Finally, the competition made someone other than Dexter the dog appreciate the Smart Collar, and this is what I think is good for young people who can be creative in a number of possible ways. Just some goal and some feedback to help them carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, let's see the fourth invention, a unique user-friendly tourist application designed for people who want to visit a lovely place in Poland, Ruda, from Google Code in 2019 winner.
Discover Rudy is a tourist application for people visiting Rudy, a small village in Silesia region with rich history. It is available on Android and iOS. Currently, there are over 7 places in the app, each with location and description. There is also a map with bicycle routes and a history section. The app is useful not only for tourists, but also for people who live in Rudy. They can, for example, easily see data on the current state of air pollution or interesting events taking place in the area. Users can visit, and comment places. Thanks to the cooperation with the local government authorities, a program of rewards is being created for people who have discovered the most places, in order to encourage them to learn more about the area they visit or live in.
Bartek, how do you see your future path in the IT field?
Well, I'm sorry. To be honest, I don't know. I like to think that the future for me is now. I'm just after high school, but I already work as a software developer, and I'm also studying computer science at the Silesian University of Technology. And working as a programmer was my goal ever since I had learned programming and came to like it. And IT is an immense field. It's really big and it's growing really fast. And this growth is only accelerating. So I can't really say where I will be in a few years, but I'm happy of my current situation, of where I am currently.
And how did you come up with the idea of creating the app?
This is a cool question, and it's accompanied by a cool story that I always like to tell when somebody asks me this question. And the year was 2016, and I was walking in a park in my village, Rudy, which was mentioned on the video. And I remember seeing an old shabby tourist table with a map of the park, and it was not encouraging you to learn more about the area you came to visit. So I thought that it would be great if somebody created a more modern solution to the problem. For example, some mobile application. And after a while, I thought that, well, why shouldn't I do it myself? And I had really completely no programming experience at the time, but I learned how to code from the internet, and I created the app by myself. I gathered all the information about many other places in Rudy. And after a year, I released the first version of the application to the Google Play Store. I also wrote to a few local newspapers about the new application, and thanks to that, I got the first users and first few positive reviews on the App Store, and this was a really great, really empowering feeling to see that people use what you have created and that they enjoy using it, and they are even learning about the place you live in, about the place you love, and other people, thanks to your work, are learning about this place. It's a really, really great feeling.
And initially you focused on Rode area, but what's next?
Yeah, my initial aim was just to create a simple app for people visiting Rudy, but after some time I realized that this approach can be expanded to support multiple regions, not only Rudy, one village. So for the past year, I was developing the application, the initially simple app, into a fully featured project for managing tourist information of multiple regions. And it's still pretty much work in progress, but I'm slowly at my own pace developing the software, and also at the same time I gathering data required to fill these regions with, I have to gather information about places, their history, their locations. I have to bike routes and history articles and stuff like that. So that's what I'm focusing on now.
So you gathered big amount of data. What's your key to finding information about your area?
Well, there is no simple key. First, the simplest thing that I always do is just Google. When I want to add some place to the application, I just Google it, and this works, to be honest, for the 90% of cases. But when I don't find the information on Google, I ask my dad, who is a forester, and so he knows the area pretty well, and he almost always tell me. I'm sorry?
Can I ask persons joining the debate to mute while Bartek is speaking?
Okay, so I will continue. So I always ask my dad about some particular place, and he often gives me enough information to fill all the gaps in my knowledge that I have and to add the place to the database and share it to users through the application. But when even my dad doesn't have enough knowledge, I go read books about history of my village, which I came to have a lot through all these years of gathering information for the application. And I have also met a few really great, interesting people, because there were a few situations like I knew that some particular person had information about some place, and these people are often elderly people. So I just wrote an email to that person, and then we met, and we have talked for hours about history of Rudy, and history of my region in general. And I really am fond of these meetings. So that's my process for gathering data, but it's not really scalable, and I will have to find a better way to, if I want to support more regions than just Rudy.
Thank you. We keep our fingers crossed for you, Bartek. Thank you all for those very inspiring stories. It was an inspiring part of this meeting, and I'm looking forward to the second part. And such talented students deserve the best learning environment possible. It can be achieved through support delivered by good universities and access to best practices offered by reliable business entities. So now let us listen to how the collaboration framework between students, academia, and business works and should work. Let me start from Professor Mrozek. How do you assess the current level of cooperation between universities and business? Should such cooperation be deepened?
Well, I would say that the current level of the cooperation between universities and business is quite good. And it's for sure much better than it used to be 20 years ago in our country at the moment. So I remember the times when I couldn't find a job being a student for a part-time job. Now it's completely different. So I would say that the cooperation is implemented right now at multiple levels or multiple planes, let's say. So for example, companies, they want to accompany students, be in their heart from the early stage of their careers. And they promote themselves in the university buildings. They announce some internships, for example, to give the students better experience and much more skills when they finish the study. They also provide some lectures and present modern technologies for students, for example, to show them what is important, particularly in this moment at the market, and to motivate them more to acquire these skills. Sometimes they can even take part in some regular lectures as guest lecturers, and that's also very interesting for students and for teachers as well. And apart from the students and the educations, some companies, they also implement common research and development projects, which is also important. And it also tightens up the researchers and the companies and gives some benefits for both the university and business. And within this cooperation, usually the university delivers some problems that should be solved. And the academic part is responsible for the technological innovation, which is, for example, important for the company because the company have to compete at the market, right? So that's the important part. If it should be deepened, I would say that, there is always a place to deepen the cooperation between the university, between the academia and the industry. And for the educational perspective, I always encourage the companies to be present at the university and to be visible for the students. For example, as a deputy dean for the cooperation and development at my faculty, which is the Faculty of the Automatic Control, Electronics and Computer Science, right? The fields that are very popular in our country at the moment in Poland. I try to mediate the cooperation between the high-tech companies and our faculty, and sometimes the whole university. So I show the companies how the current cooperation may look like, what are the levels or models of the cooperation to make it working properly or to make it efficient. And what are the investments? What the investments are worth doing to strengthen the cooperation within the particular fields? Because the companies can be interested in different fields. They can be interested in different levels of the cooperation. Of course, still I wish that the cooperation can be deepened, and then some ideas that appear at the university that are some that are invited here can be transferred to the industry much quicker. So as a university, we try to make some steps to simplify the cooperation by organizing some meetings for the companies, by having the specially founded Center for the Innovation and Technology Transfer that works at our university to simplify the deployment of the ideas, to simplify the commercialization of the ideas, and to help researchers to find their partners in business.
Thank you very much. I would love to ask you more questions, but time is running, and I will now move to Madam Mikos Romanowicz. Business helps to translate science into innovative product solutions for the benefit of people and society. What do you think about the role played by business leaders in shaping students' future leaders of digital market?
So thank you very much for this question. I hope you can hear me. And what is the role? The base for this definition, how is the role? How is our wish to become a specific place in the daily life of the student? That's the precondition is the relation with the universities, with the teachers and with the students. It is not about that because I'm responsible for the cooperation with universities, that I'm create this strategy and say, okay, that is, we have to go this way. I am talking very often with the representative of the universities, and then I set the right strategy. And the right strategy, the right attitude is to become for first, to become a mentor. We would like to stimulate the creativity of the students. We offer to them the advanced engineering tools. We share with them our knowledge, and then we try to support them to develop new ideas, to develop new solutions, to develop new projects and products. But we avoid the situation that we reduce our role to become simply a teacher. It is not the case. We would like to become a mentor, to a partner, and to give them some tools. So we offer, of course, different workshops and webinars. We try to be a part of the study. And for this reason, we will welcome the idea, the proposal made by the Silesian Technology University. They offered to us to appoint the ambassador for Siemens. It will be a person, it will be a student who will support us to become visible and to create, to set a link to other students. So I think that's the right approach, and that's the strategy we would like to follow.
Thank you very much. And Madame Eckert now, based on your experience today, who benefits from whom in the context of the industry, academia, students cooperation? If the answer is going to be that business is the beneficiary, then I will ask about some practical example from Siemens experience.
Yeah, no, thanks very much for the question. So I would say the best case is always if all the involved stakeholders benefit from the relationship. So might it be the students, might it be academic startups, might it be the professors, but also for sure industry, because I think everybody who knows, and I think Professor Mrozek, you have mentioned it, so industry, we have to make money at the end of the day. So academia often can be our playground, but in most of the cases when our colleagues or also the researchers within Siemens assign some research projects together with the university, they certainly want to get see some output at the end, or at least the intellectual property that they can then use or license in their product portfolio. But I would say, and Siemens has run a strategic partner program with selected international partners. So we drive an innovation ecosystem approach. And from the beginning on, I think we have always seen university industry collaboration as a kind of really strategic, trustful partnership. So we have never had this kind of, the academia is the kind of supplier providing knowledge or providing research results that they can then put into product or into business. We really try to shape together some research and to really tackle the big challenges in the world, because I think we are all aware of that the challenges we are facing at the moment can't be just worked on by one single stakeholder, though industry is not able to solve climate change, but academia not either. So we have more and more to collaborate and to network to really come up with good results. And what I really liked, Professor Mrozek, you mentioned the thing, industry certainly can become more visible on campus. And I think this is something that we try also with our ecosystem approach, so that we really shape co-location, or you call it co-creation. So where we invite students, where we invite professors, but where we also invite our industry customers to, for example, work together in a smart factory where we have hardware on site, software on site, where the students can really just work on real use cases. So where they see also the benefit they provide from a research side. So for example, at Georgia Tech in the US, we initiated, or we opened up a center for digital twin for buildings. So where really a research group together with people from Siemens, they try to develop and to design more smarter, more sustainable buildings. And the data, they really get then the real data from the buildings on campus, and they also learn how to, whatever they learn using artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithms to improve the overall handling of data. So I think those things is something what we drive, and we also, I think, Simov was an excellent example where you could see that Siemens also provide hardware and software, for example, for academic startups, so that they can really work already with professional tools, where they also get some training, some mentorships from Siemens guys. So all those are, I would say, maybe examples where you see, okay, the students can learn on real use cases. Also for the professors, it's highly interesting to have the real data to work on, where they really can get access, but also put on, or let's say attract students to work on those more applied research topics, but also the industry profits or benefits at the end of the day by getting results that then can transfer it into practice. But we also get access to the top talents. And I think, and this is what I really like with all those startup pitches, you get so much creativity out of this. And having people within Siemens already have worked more than 20 years or even 30 years for Siemens, you can imagine that it's always great to have the fresh ideas, and you get the ideas from the younger generation who maybe have a completely different perspective, for example, on mobility.
Thank you very much, Natasha. And now let's hear a student's perspective. Mr. Ciemięga, you are a student working on your engineer's thesis and an employee in a leading engineering company. If you could please tell us how you established your cooperation with the current employer.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. So my relationship with Bosch Rexroth first started over a year ago. Back then I was doing my second year at my university, and I was just looking for an internship in the industry. And I found my current employer on one of the like job platforms. So one could say it was blind luck that our relationship started.
And whose initiative it was to start this cooperation?
Over a year ago, I had to withhold my internship because I participated in the Erasmus program in Vienna. But even while I was still abroad, I kept thinking about my engineer's thesis and about my internship and my time at Busch Rexroth, especially since I knew that it was and still is very common and encouraged at the company for students during their internships to create and work on their engineer's or master's theses. So it was my initiative to contact the employer and to suggest that we extend our cooperation and that I work on my thesis there. But I would say that it was also highly encouraged from their side. And then we also discussed all of the details together, like the scope and the time frame of the project.
Mm-hmm. And given your academic background, how the reality of working in business match up with your preconceived notions and expectations?
Thank you very much for this question, because I think it's a question that all students and future students probably ask themselves. Like, is the stuff we learn at the university really useful in the industry? So I would say that some of the technologies that are taught at the university are also used in the industry, but some of them are maybe a little obsolete. And that's why I think it's also very important for students to get a chance to actually experience working out there in the real world. And that was a very enthralling experience for me to actually see the process of creating real industrial applications during my internship. But what I also find very important and kind of surprising is how complex and how, to put it simply, hard it is to create real world applications, just because at a university, students usually get a pretty simple problem to solve, like we, for example, get a task to program a controller, to write a program, or do some experiments. But then, like in the real world, there are so many different departments and people that need to be involved, like for ordering parts, searching through documentation, and all the things that need to be done like that. So generally speaking, I would say it's harder than I expected to create a real life industrial application. But then it is well worth the efforts, since, well, from my perspective, it's just possible to create something real.
Thank you, Jakub. And now let's get back to Professor Mrozek. How do you see a perfect business academia framework of cooperation?
Well, I would say that within the industry 4.0 revolution that happens right now, universities provide, and I believe they provide, the intellectual potential which is attractive for the industry and business. And from my point of view, the potential will be better if we can cooperate together. And somehow, sometimes it can be difficult, but we have to accept some different ways of working and adjust to each other for sure. Going to concretes, I could say that, as I mentioned, companies should be visible at the university. They could have some invited lectures for students and show what business requires from students, right? Like Jakub said, it is something important because some technologies that are provided at the university are quite modern. Some of them may be obsolete, but still the industry will show what skills are required and what knowledge is very important for students to know. So the students, they can profile their future education, for example, by choosing some elective courses that should be, for example, quite profitable for their future careers, right? And for the things that they plan to do in the future. So companies could also influence the teaching programs somehow, but by advising some changes or some evolutions. And for example, several companies have their representatives in our faculty council at the moment, and sometimes we have very interesting talks during our monthly meetings about different things, how to arrange particular things, how to arrange, for example, the teams within some projects that the students implement, what skills they should have, right? How these things should work in order they can communicate in appropriate ways. The companies could provide also some internships, as we could hear, some topics for the bachelor's degrees, some topics for the master degrees. They could provide some mentoring, some grants, or even awards, or I know some of them can even provide some scholarships for the best students, right? So the highest level that we imagine, and we have this kind of examples, is that the companies have also some sponsor laboratories at the university, which this is the highest level of the influence in the teaching, because students can learn particular technologies within this lab. This is not only the problem that, or the thing that the company places the brand, the logotype of the company on the wall, right? It provides the technology, it provides the equipment, and the students can learn with it, and the students can learn the real problems, and the students can even solve the problems that are defined by the company by providing some innovative solutions, right? Like Natasha said, they have open minds, they have different attitudes, they have young minds, right? Young brains that will bring some new, some modern approaches to solve the problems. And that would be great. Of course, in terms of the research and the cooperation with the researchers, well, it could be great if the companies can also let the universities to prepare some innovative solutions for the industry as well. So, for example, some companies can treat the university as a kind of outsourced research lab, right? Because even some of them, they don't have the research lab in their companies. They are too small for having these kind of labs. They can have these labs, for example, for as a outsourcing, right? And this is what we are trying to implement with some funds by the national institutions as well. That the company comes and it requires or needs some research to be done, and it hires the researchers to provide the innovation, for example, in the artificial intelligence that we know for many years, right? And now we have the skills and the knowledge which can be implemented and deployed in the industry. Yeah, and that's a great framework.
Wonderful. Madam Mikos Romanovich, is there a tried and tested method on how to reach out to the best students and make sure that they will get attracted by the business leaders?
So thank you very much for this question. But before I start to answer the question, I would like to thank to Professor Mrozek, because all the perspectives and expectations shared with us, that's the inspiration for us. So that's the inspiration and support to choose the right methods and to choose the working methods. Because it is not possible to answer the question if we don't ask the person we would like to address our offer. Therefore, we start very early. So before the student becomes student, we try to catch the pupils. So for instance, this competition called electronics, how to make the life easier. It's our common projects conducted together with the Silesian University. This competition is addressed for whole Poland, not only for the pupils from Silesia region. And we observed how attractive is it, because we attract many pupils from all regions from Poland. And I personally observed the level of the results of the product solutions presented during this competition is become better and better. Therefore, I think that's the right method. It's one of them. Then we try to be visible among the students and to try to offer to them such innovative formulas like mentoring programs or cycle of workshops. So for especially for the female students, the program called Inżynierki, and we try to show how attractive could be this career in the industrial ecosystem. We also are offering the PLC programming master program, and we try to show what is really the matter Siemens is dealing with. What is behind this definition, industrial fourth revolution? What is behind industry 4.0? We try to make this attractive in a very attractive way. And of course, such interaction is also a support for us to choose the right tools, because the world is changing. And sometimes it is not the point only of content, but also of the communication channels. So that's the very challenging task, but we try to talk to each other, to hear to each other, and to adjust our way of acting.
Thank you. We only have 10 minutes, so I move on quickly to Madame Eckert. What are the motivation and expectations of talented students entering the market?
I would say expectations have changed a bit. So getting back to my own study time, I think I spent a couple of, let's say, months working for companies, really standing in front of a copy machine. I got good money. The job was a bit boring, was not very creative, but I think a lot of us, we did it, and a lot of companies offer those kind of jobs to students. This has changed completely, and I'm really, frankly speaking, I'm very happy that the students are expecting really more challenging engagement in industry. And Jakob, you mentioned, I like this, I want to study and learn something useful also for industry, so something that can be used then afterwards. On the other hand, I think what industry also wants from the students is they are strong in let's say solving complex challenges. You have a strong theoretical background. You can challenge industry. You can challenge also existing successful business. Because companies are sometimes really a bit slow in let's say evolving. So I think this is something where I appreciate also this kind of distance you learn in a study, and what I really can only let's tell the students. So if you, for example, study engineering, and please do not only focus on engineering, because what industry really needs, we need such a broad skill set. So try also to focus, let's say, learn a bit of coding, just learn languages, learn intercultural skills, just also whatever, focus a bit on or try to also engage with more ethical questions. Because if it comes, for example, to challenges like autonomous driving, it's not a technical issue, it's a legal issue, it's an ethical issue. So this is really where I would say, please try to keep your pathway as open as you can. Try out to get engaged, maybe with a startup, with an NGO, with a company. And we from a Siemens side, we offer lots of programs. So we have trainee programs. We have internships. We have industrial PhD program where the students are employed on the Siemens side and work on a real challenge and are supervised from a professor. But we also, and Eva, you already have mentioned it, we have other formats, mentorships, but also shadowing, for example. We, in the meantime, invite students from our strategic partner universities doing some shadowing with a top manager or a researcher, where you really get a flavor and an idea how it is to be whatever a top manager in a company. So just use as most you can get, and really also to try to get this international outreach, because you can imagine that in the past time we have checked CVs. In the meantime, even this culture is changing, so we are not as focused on CVs. We really want to meet the students. We need proactive students who really also want to work for an industry and who are curious. You are the beginning, you are so fresh, you even can criticize us in industry, telling us why have you done this in this way so far. So I think this kind of openness but also proactivity is something I really love to see, and then also can tell you just do it. So
thank you very much, Natasha. And before we finish our very interesting discussion, let us watch a video on the Factory of the Future in Rexroth.
Cześć, znacie nas. To dla Was tworzymy produkty spełniające najwyższe normy jakościowe. Produkty spełniające Wasze oczekiwania. Wiemy też, jak ważne jest sprawdzenie konkretnego produktu przed wdrożeniem go na produkcję. Dlatego stworzyliśmy miejsce, gdzie każdy z Was może sprawdzić rozwiązania obecnie stosowane na całym świecie, ale co ważniejsze, rozwiązania, które staną się standardami w przyszłości. To miejsce to nasz showroom. Jesteśmy otwarci na ludzi, na nowe technologie. Dlatego do naszego showroomu zapraszamy klientów, partnerów biznesowych, szkoły i uczelnie. Zapraszam do środka.
Cześć! Pokażemy Wam, jak połączyć świat IT z przemysłem. Dowiecie się, co to jest chmura i jak można z niej skorzystać. Pokażemy Wam, jak odebrać dane z maszyn, wysłać je do systemów analityki i baz danych.
A to jest nasza linia produkcyjna, która w ponad 90% składa się z naszych produktów i oprogramowania. Między innymi sterowników PLC, komputerów przemysłowych, serwonapędów, falowników, silników, technologii przemieszczeń liniowych oraz techniki montażowej. Z naszych podzespołów możecie zbudować maszyny dostosowane do specyficznych wymagań w swoich fabrykach. A żeby pokazać Wam, jak to można zrobić, zbudowaliśmy kompletną linię produkcyjną. Zobaczycie u nas typowe rozwiązania automatyki, takie jak robot kartezjański, robot typu Delta czy Cobot, ale też te nietypowe, tak jak ten manipulator planarny. Oferujemy również narzędzia pozwalające w prosty sposób zaimplementować sterowanie robotami, a na naszych szkoleniach będziecie mogli przejść przez każdy etap wdrożenia na rzeczywistym przykładzie.
Oczywiście przed pracą na linii warto zapoznać się z naszym sprzętem. W tej sali prowadzimy szkolenia, w czasie których można zdobyć potrzebną wiedzę. Teraz trwa jedno z nich. Nie przeszkadzamy, idziemy dalej.
Odpowiemy na pytanie, czy sztuczna inteligencja może przynieść konkretne korzyści w zakładzie. Rzeczywistość wirtualna i metadane, czy takim językiem możemy rozmawiać z linią produkcyjną. Wszystkie inne technologie, które widzicie Państwo w naszym showroomie, wózki samojezdne, roboty współpracujące, stworzyliśmy razem z naszymi partnerami. Są one na wyciągnięcie ręki i można je swobodnie testować. Jeśli macie jakiś pomysł na ulepszenie swojej produkcji lub chcecie poznać jakąś konkretną technologię, zapraszamy do nas. Nasi specjaliści czekają.
Jak wrażenia? Podobało się? Zdajemy sobie sprawę, że żadne szkolenie nie może trwać bez końca. Potrzebna jest chwila regeneracji.
Cieszymy się, że mogliście oglądać ten showroom. Dla mnie to jest cargo, bo to jest prawdziwa linia produkcyjna w takim budynku. Zapraszamy.
Mr. Timinga, now how does your engineer's thesis relate to the production line we just saw?
So my engineer's thesis is directly related to the production line that we just saw in the video. My task is to create a new station that will be a Cartesian robot to perform like a new task on the production line using the new products from Bosch Rexroth, the Control X automation platform, and also some solutions connected to the Industry 4.0, like the MQTT protocol, Node-RED, or remote access.
Is there a chance that this new product, new solution will be developed thanks to your cooperation with Bosch Rexroth?
Well, thank you for this question. Maybe not exactly a new product, because these are actually developed at our headquarters. But I would say a new innovative application, because an innovation can be a completely new technology or device, but it can also be a new employment and connection of already existing technologies. And I think in light of the latter definition, I would say we are definitely creating an innovative solution, since we are using technologies like the new automation platform from Bosch Rexroth, Control X automation, the MQTT protocol, and the other tools that are mentioned. And I cannot attest with certainty that these solutions haven't been used together yet, but it's definitely something not widely spoken about. And you can believe me here, I tried to Google it multiple times. So hopefully my cooperation with Bosch Rexroth will enable us to offer these kind of solutions to the customers in the near future.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for the fruitful debate today, and thank all of you who watched us today. I take pride that the panel presented the innovative technological solutions developed by young Polish students and pupils. I hope our debate contributed to the better understanding of how young generation can subscribe to this business academia collaboration and can thrive and expand their achievements. Thank you for being with us. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you.
It was nice to talk to you.
Great discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the Zoom, yes, but not Zoom to you.
No problem. So, did you get the Teams invitation, Maria?
Yes, I replied. Hello, everyone. I will unmute myself. Excellent. So we switch off from Teams, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Shall we start?
Yes.
Dear facilitator, are we on?
Yeah, but Veronica, I'm trying to share the link with Scott, who is not with us still. Is he or not? Do we have Scott among us?
Let's maybe start because we have already attendees with us. So let's maybe start, and in the background, let's manage Scott, okay?
Okay.
Because we are already online.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So, dear participants, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you at the United Nations IGF session dedicated to restoring the natural ecosystems that we have a great pleasure to co-host. We, Microsoft Poland, have great pleasure to co-host with UNEP Great Warsaw office. My name is Weronika Kuna and I'm the coordinator of the event today. The session is hosted online, unfortunately, and we are not able to meet in Katowice, but it's great to see you, to see the participants here online with us. So I think I will pass the floor to Maria, who is our moderator today. And she also is a director of our UNEP Warsaw office. So Maria, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Veronica. I'm happy that we finally, that we can meet today, and this is my great pleasure, really, to open our session at this very important event, United Nations Internet Governance Forum. And I'm very honored to moderate this session. I do hope that all our participants will join us during just in few seconds, because we are still missing some of them. So thank you very much for your presence. This is, as Veronica said, this is quite unfortunate that we are meeting online only. So we were supposed to be at this moment in Katowice and share directly our experiences as well as plans for future cooperations. But let's hope the future for this type, the moment for this type of meetings will come again. This the session and presentation and discussion is dedicated to the future relation, or the relation between technology and nature protection. All in relation to supporting the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which was proclaimed in the beginning of this year. And this is the decade dedicated to the improvement of the state of the ecosystem, which is central to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, not only the 14 F15, which are directly about the nature, but also those related to poverty, health, combating the climate crisis, and some others. We are looking for innovations, technological, but also social. But today, the advanced technologies, which are in our hands, are a very important part of the solution and should be integrated in plans for the upcoming UN Decade. The goal of our meeting today is to present and discuss how cloud computing and artificial intelligence bring value to restoring and protecting natural ecosystems around the globe. So we have only 1 hour. I really encourage you to ask questions on the chat or Q&A. We don't have Q&A, we have chat. So we'll try to answer some of the questions at the end of the meeting. Because our time is very limited, so I'm asking Alexander Caldas to start with the introduction. Alex is a Chief of Big Data Branch in Science Division, UN Environment Programme. He's also a Chair of UN Geospatial Network, a member of UN Data Governance Group, as well as a member of UN High-Level Committee on Programs Strategic Foresight Network. Please welcome Alex Caldas, United Nations Environment Programme. Alex.
Thank you so much, Maria. I think you can hear me
yes.
correctly. Thank you so much. My first words are really to be grateful, and thank you for Grid Warsaw. Thank you for Microsoft and the organizers for this important event. Let me share with you 3 fundamental messages on this UN decade for ecosystem restoration. The first key message is it's not about technology. End of the day, it's about people. I used the metaphor of the 3 Ps. It's about people, it's about places, and it's about planet. And if we look the times of change that we are witnessing, that we are key actors today, it's all about how much impact we can have on people, on places, and planet. What is the challenge here? The challenge is to come with an interdependent system that brings together people, places, and planet. And I think that's the main critical challenge of the decade for ecosystem restoration. Because we not, whenever we're addressing the impact on people, such as reduction of poverty or such as elimination of hunger, we also addressing the tremendous impact on biodiversity systems and biodiversity loss and land degradation. And of course, we addressing the tremendous impact on climate change or on the availability of water. So all comes together into this very dynamic system and this systemic perspective that brings together, in fact, all the SDGs together. So basically, whenever we tackle the challenge of the restoration of ecosystems, we are not only tackling nature, we're tackling the overall system of the sustainable development goals. Okay, and that I think is my first message is the challenge is much more complex than we usually tend to put things together. Okay, because we face an interdependent, interconnected system that by the end will be addressing people, places, and planet altogether. My second message is about the key question that you asked me to about is technology in the picture? Are we using enough of the technology leverage effect to propel in this direction of addressing the challenges of people, place, and planet? Well, I think we're very good in identification of the technology, whether it is big data, it's cloud computing, it's artificial intelligence. But when it comes together, or blockchain, when it comes to bring those technologies in these interdependent systems, we're not so good at the effectiveness and the impact that we really want to generate with it. What I'm trying to say is that we might be at the very beginning of transformation, where we provide access to the technologies. And in providing access, we're achieving a certain level already, and we provide access. We're still very much in the beginnings of the curve of the actual use of the technology, and we still have a long way to go when it comes to the actual value added that we can get from the technology to get those systems in place. Okay, so if I grasp the current status is that I would put it at the very early beginnings of accessing technology. Still very much at the beginning. We have some good examples of the use of technology. We have much less examples of the actual impact of the technology on the ground. That will be my take when it comes to the actual extensive use of all of this together. But I have my third message is more about lasting P that I didn't put in the picture. Basically on people, places, and planet, which intermingles with the technology, and that message is about partnerships. Everyone is taking up partnerships as the holy grail of actually implementing things, whether it is at the ground level, local level, or whether it is at the regional level of continents or at the global level. And the partnerships are a fundamental ingredient, and these multi-stakeholder partnerships to address these problems are fundamental ingredient. My key comment here is the following. We addressing the scale up of all our system through partnerships, but we need to address the question of the sustainability of the partnerships, okay? And most of our partnerships, unfortunately, have been very much based on projects, and they have a very short time frame or a short time scale, and let's say 2 to 3 years. Whereas the problems we are tackling are long-term problems. We have that example with a decade for ecosystem restoration. So when we try to set up partnerships with such a long time frame, we are facing a number of difficulties, a number of obstacles. And I used to summarize this challenge by what's in it for me. So basically, if you find what's in it for me, for each one of the partners that are involved in these large-scale partnerships, then you might come up with a more sustainable model. So which are the right incentives for the partners to be part of these long-term partnerships, okay? So what I'm trying to put as a message in the picture is, even if we find the right balance to have a clear goal of people, places, and planet, even if we are able to bring in the technology in a very nice way through the curve of diffusion from usage, from access first, then the usage, and then finally the value added of this technology, we still have a big challenge when it comes to the sustainability of the partnerships, okay? Because it is clear to me that most of these partnerships are very much targeting and oriented to the short term, towards project-based, initiative-based partnerships that last for 3 years, let's say maximum 5 years, whereas everything that we've been discussing is targeting the long term, is targeting decades, is targeting 10 years, 20 years, 30 years time, okay? So I think we should all reflect, and we have the ideal conditions, which is a wonderful audience here in these forums. We have the ideal conditions to have multiple stakeholders involved, to try to think the private sector, the public sector, international organizations, the cities and local-based communities, how we can craft long-term sustainable partnerships. I think that's the holy grail, because when we go to long-term partnerships and sustainable partnerships, then we can get enough time to get these technologies on the ground, and actually to go to our bottom line goal, which is to impact on people, place, and planet. So I hope I have put on the table more challenge than answers. Sorry about that, but that's what it comes with experience on putting these things on the ground. And I hope we can have a very nice and productive discussion. So over to you, Maria, over to you, Veronica. Thank you.
Okay, I'm muted, sorry. So thank you so much, Alex, for this great introduction. Yes, right, the partnership and the sustainability of partnerships, that really challenging, and that's very important, and that's a challenging. But we have some experiences related to the grid network. So this is a partnership which really works for more than 30 years. So that's possible, and that can be successful for everyone. So the win-win solution. But yeah, and thanks for bringing those 3P, people, places, planet. Quite often when I'm talking about the climate crisis and all the challenges, I'm adding the purpose. So the 4th P, if in fact we can have 6P, but let's also add the purpose, because that's important that we do something really for purpose, and this is the really what we need. So because our time is really very limited, so hope that we'll have time at the end to for some comments and questions to you directly, Alex. But let me right now move to and invite Mr. Scott Mouveau, sorry for the pronunciation, from Microsoft to share us with a keynote which is titled AI for Earth Program, How Are Ecosystems Restored and Supported by Technology. Scott is a director of AI and Strategic Partnership, Microsoft Philanthropies. Scott, floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for the Alexandra, for the opening comments. Hopefully I can address some of the challenges you put out there. Should I share my desktop? I've got a presentation, or is someone else going to advance through the slides? Which is better?
Veronica, you have can you reply? Are you sharing?
I can share, Scott.
I can share too. That's fine. I'm happy sharing.
Okay, so go ahead and share, and then I will show the next video.
Share. And do you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So as Marie said, I'm Scott Mouveau. I'm in Microsoft Philanthropies. I'm based out in San Francisco, and I particularly run a program in Philanthropies where we addressing Alexander's comments on sort of the partnership side, where we try and partner with some of our largest customers. Let me advance the slide here. There we go. Some of our largest customers, really around that premise that the societal problems that we are looking to undertake are really larger than any one company, any one sector can take on. So here you've got sort of a list of some of the companies that we've worked with over the past couple of years. I just want to go through these quickly to sort of give a perspective of where I sit in the organization and some of the nonprofits we've partnered with. So, a lot of the work I do is around skilling and getting people ready for the 21st century economy, but also part of the portfolio is around AI for good. It's a $125 million commitment, $160 million commitment from Microsoft, really in 5 key areas. I look after 4. AI for Earth, which is the one we'll talk about here, that looks at agriculture, biodiversity, climate, water, accessibility, AI for accessibility. Really, how do we make it easier for people with disabilities to engage in everyday life? How do we improve employment and education outcomes? How do we improve quality of life? AI for humanitarian action, which is largely focused around disaster response, rights, human rights, particularly women and children, migration, and displaced people, and how do we do a lot of work around optimizing resources for those populations. And then finally, AI for health. The one that we also do that is just not part of my portfolio is AI for cultural heritage. So I want to talk a little bit about the premise behind AI for Earth. We're facing extremely challenging circumstances these days. We need to manage and model climate change. We need to feed an increasing population while reducing the impact on our ecosystems. And the complex interplay between these systems, as we try and understand them, really makes it difficult to address them with traditional means. So that's really where our AI for Earth program comes in. And the premise of AI for Earth is how do we sort of merge together the world of traditional environmental science and bring together computer science into that to help us better engage in these ecosystems. So the premise around it is, first, how do we model these systems? We don't have a lot of data. There's really this sort of data desert as we look at the complexity of the environment. We have lots of data on other parts, our economic data, our healthcare systems, but water flows and water basins, biodiversity, there isn't that rich data set. So first, how do we monitor those systems so that we can get that data? Once we get that data, we can start to build models around them. And that modeling helps us understand at human scale what it is that we need to do to better manage and protect these ecosystems. And finally, it's that management piece that, it's that Alexander was talking about, that we're not seeing a lot of impact of technology in these environments. So how do we use AI to better prioritize our resources, help us optimize where we're going to go engage so that we can have the greatest impact? So I talked briefly in the AI for Earth program in the introduction piece about some of the areas that we're focusing on. And so I wanted to drill down a little bit into each one of them to talk about what we mean by them. So, in agriculture, we all need to eat, but we need to do that at a lower impact to the environment. We need to find ways of being able to feed more and more people on less and less arable land. And to do that, AI can help us efficiently use our resources and monitor farms in real time so that we can increase that output. We can do it in a less impactful way. We can be able to do that with fewer pesticides, with fewer herbicides, and really help protect the environment around that. Water, everything needs water. That's really the basis of life here. But we're seeing that the prediction for the demand for water over the next couple decades is going to far outstrip the available supply. So we need to find ways to better model those water resources, so we know where we need to protect them, where we can conserve them, and also how do we use that water that we do have more efficiently. Biodiversity, there's long-running decays of ecosystems around us that humans really are dependent upon. They have cascading effects when we start losing biodiversity. And we can use AI to better discover and monitor and protect that biodiversity. Once again, it's back to some of that data desert aspect. And some of the examples that we'll give in the next part of the conversation, where we'll dive into some of the examples. We'll really talk about what we're doing around species preservation. And lastly, there's the climate change. We're seeing more and more extreme weather events. We are seeing greater impacts to the quality of life. And so what we can do with AI is help people better manage, adapt, and predict these climate changes so that we can respond in a quicker way. So in terms of the AI for Earth program itself, there's really three pillars that we provide some grants around cash, technology. So how do we get technology in the hands of practitioners, those earth scientists, those biological scientists, so they can act more efficiently, more easily use artificial intelligence to optimize what they're doing already. We build tools around that. So we provide APIs, we provide applications that will help people do their work more efficiently. So one example is camera traps. So we put camera traps to manage your biodiversity. Well, it catches thousands and thousands of images. Very few of them actually have anything in them. A lot of them are blank photos of the surrounding area. So simply using some AI where we can strip out the 98% of images that are empty so that scientists can focus only on the particular images that have something interesting in them is a huge boon to efficiency. And then finally, in the data side. So in terms of data, we've made available about 10 terabytes of data is now available to conservation actors. We've given grants to over 700 organizations, organizations globally, to help them increase their work. And in terms of making things easy to use, Alexander talked about that early on, so that we're early days of using technology around environmental protection. We're building what we're calling a planetary computer. And the idea there is, how do we we marry together geospatial data and put it easily in the hands of practitioners. You know, right now, if you wanted to be doing advanced AI work, you really need to be an expert not only in your domain of science research, but you actually have to be fairly technically literate in understanding how to build, use machine learning models, how to manage clusters, how to clean your data. What we aspire to do is make that easier so that people can focus on their domain expertise. And so the areas that we're looking for the planetary computer to solve is really around classification, around forecasting, planning, and diagnostics. So some examples. In classification, there's a lot of work, we do work around land cover mapping. So how do we take satellite imagery and be able to understand what is water, what is a game trail, what is pavement, what is a building, what was that building potentially constructed out of by looking at the roof. In forecasting, we've worked in Qatar to better understand the impacts of climate change and erosion on changing coastlines. And we'll talk a little later about some work that we've done in the Amazon around predicting deforestation. In the planning, it's really, where do we go do this? And we have a project with the World Mosquito Foundation that is trying to control dengue fever by releasing mosquitoes that are unable to pass along dengue fever onto humans. And what they've built a model that understands the ecosystem of each area, the economic activity in that area, the population in that area, so that they can then go optimize where they release these mosquitoes. You have to do it, roughly every 50 meters or so, and being able to plot the neighborhoods where you're going to have the greatest impact saves a bunch of time for the scientists that are going out and building these models. And finally, in the diagnostic side, we are doing some work that, how do we optimize that plan? We're doing some work with the World Oceans Foundation to attribute greenhouse gases to the shipping industry, so that we can better determine what routes we can use greener fuels, what routes we can shift to battery power, which ones we can shift potentially to hydrogen down the road, which ones are long haul, and currently we don't have good alternatives other than fossil fuels. So how do we make sure we're optimizing the use of the fuel for the particular need? And then also, I see Nick is on, and he'll talk a little bit of work around ocean mine and better understanding the fishing industry. So we talked a little bit about the 700 grants. Here's a quick map of where a lot of them have landed. They're fairly evenly distributed between our agriculture work, our biodiversity work, our water work, and finally our work around carbon and climate. Since I know this conference is happening in Poland, I think I would just pop up a list of the grantees in Europe, figuring that these might be more, some of these names might be more familiar to some of the folks that are attending this session. And I think the next piece that we're going to go do is we have a project with CSIRO. We've done a number of projects as part of their Healthy Country AI plan. And one is around protecting turtle hatchlings. And I think that it's like 2 in the morning there for them or something. So rather than participating certainly in person, but also even remotely, they have prepared a video for us. So Veronica, is that something that is on your side that someone there can play?
Yes, I'm going to share a screen now and show you the video.
Ai no ngauti ko kuna kena ngadu obir kon gari pira ambiri malmangi KJB mani muna chen kon gari kon give me.
The Healthy Country AI project in collaboration empowers Indigenous land and sea managers to rapidly survey large areas and interpret drone-collected footage to show important changes to the ecosystem following on-ground management interventions. Hello, I'm Kathy Robinson, and I work at Australia's National Science Organisation, the CSIRO. I lead and support several initiatives that provide practical examples of how to accelerate innovation with ideas that value and enable diversity. This includes projects that focus on the ethical design and application of digital technology and AI for sustainability.
Hello, I'm Justin Perry from the Northern Australia Indigenous Land and Sea Management Alliance, NAILSMA. We have worked with local Indigenous partners to co-design and use ethical AI and software application. These solutions enable data collection and analytical efforts to be governed by traditional owners, reflect the priority areas of concern for local Indigenous communities, respond to the seasonal aspects of Indigenous people's stewardship of their estates, and support on-ground adaptive co-management efforts.
Why? Because across the world, Indigenous people manage more than 80% of its vital ecosystems and threatened species. In Australia, about 4 million square kilometres of combined land and sea country are Indigenous titled lands. That's over half of Australia's total land area. Digital technology can help Indigenous rangers adaptively manage their lands, but it's critical that these tools are co-designed by traditional owners to ensure that they deliver benefit back to Indigenous communities. Our Healthy Country AI collaboration is helping to do just that.
Over the past 4 years, the Healthy Country AI program has been empowering Indigenous land and sea managers to rapidly survey large areas and interpret drone, satellite or helicopter collected footage to show important changes to the ecosystem following on-ground management intervention. This responds to calls from Indigenous groups for ethical ways to design and apply innovative technologies to solve complex environmental management problems, specifically technology that can work with Indigenous people's stewardship practices and knowledge.
In Kakadu National Park, Healthy Country AI has been used to rapidly assess the impact of reducing the spread of paragrass weeds on the abundance of magpie geese, a culturally important species on the Nada floodplain. With the data produced by ethical drone monitoring, rangers have used Healthy Country AI to get accurate estimates of magpie geese populations and of paragrass sites in Kakadu. This has enabled binning elders and Kakadu rangers to check how effective their management has been. The count of magpie geese in one wetland jumped from 50 to 1,800.
In the Cape York region of northern Queensland, Healthy Country AI has accelerated the assessment of impacts of targeted feral pig control on sea turtle nesting sites. The Arkpornungton APN rangers are now able to efficiently analyse tens of thousands of images collected from helicopters to monitor predator disturbance of marine turtle nesting sites. This has helped them to target the management of feral pig populations and nest protection, leading to a 90% reduction in nest depredation. Healthy Country AI has also been harnessed to tap into data collected from satellites and tagged animals to manage large herds of cattle and buffalo using AI and space technology. Satellite GPS tracking tags have been attached to the animals and deliver real-time geographically accurate insights into herd density, accessibility and transport costs. Healthy Country AI is being used to help the rangers predict the movement of animals and the accessibility of their location, which informs important decisions about wild herd management.
The Healthy Country AI program is freely available on GitHub. It's a great example of how Indigenous-led design of AI can be ethical and useful to Indigenous land managers who need to rapidly survey large tracts of their land. This is an end-to-end solution that supports an evidence-based approach to Indigenous-led adaptive management of important species and areas. Our efforts to scale up the impacts from the Healthy Country AI platform are now focusing on providing on-ground training so that Indigenous rangers can drive and develop AI and digital tools to not only support evidence-based decisions on their country, but also provide critical digital skills for future work on country. The process will facilitate increased collaboration between the creators of AI and digital tools and Indigenous end users, ensuring the design of AI tools and use of data is supported through training courses that address gender and Indigenous-specific ecosystem issues, systems and priorities.
Thanks for listening. If you'd like to find out more, see the links or contact us on the emails provided.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for your presentation, and thanks to our Australian team for this marvelous video on what's done within the Healthy Country AI, supporting the Kakadu Rangers, and the really impressive results of the cooperation and the activities of the project presented in this story can be an inspiration for others, for other communities. For me, that's very important. That's also about supporting the indigenous people, but also about increasing of their digital skills. So that's really important as well. Thank you so much. And then we move forward to the next presentation, a case study prepared by and to be presented by Nick Wise, CEO of Ocean Mind. With title, I don't have the title, so Nick, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'll just get the presentation up on the screen. Hopefully you can see that now.
Yeah.
Fabulous. So I'm going to talk a bit about the ocean and the work that we do in collaboration with Microsoft and others in order to try and help protect that life in the ocean. You may not know, but over 80% of all life on Earth dwells in the ocean, and the ocean produces over half of the planet's oxygen. At least 3 billion people rely on the ocean for their food security, and 1 in 8 people depend upon the sea to earn their livelihood. The ocean's crucial to our global carbon cycle. It shuttles gigatons of carbon every year between the atmosphere and plankton, and it's important for regulating our weather and our climate. We need the ocean to survive. But the ocean is under dire threat from human activity and the relentless effects of climate change. UNESCO estimates that about 60% of the world's major marine ecosystems have been degraded or used unsustainably, and thousands of ocean species are threatened with extinction. Ocean Mind is a not-for-profit organisation with a mission to power enforcement and compliance to help protect the ocean's ability to provide for human well-being. Our work supports regulators of human activity on the ocean, providing them with training and support to increase their enforcement capacity. We also support regulated industries to understand their compliance and take action against non-compliance. So how does technology fit in, and why is it so important? Well, because the ocean is big, it's really, really big, and regulating human activity on the ocean is incredibly hard. There's no fixed infrastructure, no way to see, no way to hear what's happening on the open ocean, except via satellites, which create a massive data set that is impossible to analyze and understand manually. This means that AI is required to sort and filter that data to highlight suspicious activity for investigation. Ocean regulation is also incredibly complex, with thousands of differing jurisdictions, overlapping and inconsistent regulations, and patchwork enforcement. Attempting to regulate human activity on the ocean without technology is impossible. But technology isn't just for regulators. It's also crucial to modern supply chains to understand the legality and method of capture for seafood. By using tracking data from fishing vessels and carrier vessels, it's possible to map supply chains, such as this example. This shows all the tuna delivered into Thai ports over the course of a year. By using the same underlying technology that regulators use, industry can make the approach the same problem of compliance and sustainability from opposite ends and make much more rapid progress together. Monitoring supply chains or enforcing regulated activities such as fishing is possible where this vessel tracking data is available, and they identify locations and activities of vessels. But where regulations pertain to an area of the ocean, such as a marine protected area, it's necessary to use remote sensing to determine vessel presence in the absence of tracking data and determine if that protected area has been violated. By using satellite observations, such as synthetic aperture radar, it's possible to detect the presence of vessels from orbit. OceanMind has analysed over 450 million square kilometres of satellite radar imagery, which is more than the entire surface of the ocean itself, to locate vessel presence. And that simply wouldn't be possible without machine learning algorithms to identify vessels within images. And electro-optical images can also show vessel activity. Images from space can be low resolution or high resolution. This image shown is a relatively low resolution image from European Space Agency's Sentinel-2 satellites. But you can clearly see vessels with your own eye, and you can see their wake patterns. And computer algorithms are being developed to detect these. This is a high resolution image. Here you can see a transshipment at sea in progress. This transshipment was identified using the vessel tracking data that we saw earlier. And then a satellite image was taken to capture the transshipment in progress. This is a high resolution image from Digital Globe at 50 centimeters resolution. But this was taken several years ago, and it's now possible to get even higher resolution images. Even in this image, it's possible to see the refrigerated cargo vessel next to a typical longline vessel. The resolution is such that it's possible to make out identifying characteristics of the vessels, such as the deck layout and the number of cranes. And this is really important for enforcement. Another data source that can highlight vessel activity is visible light imaging. To illustrate this, this is a photograph that was taken from the International Space Station by Tim Peake, the UK astronaut. The green dots are fishing vessels attracting particular types of fish. Satellites routinely gather light source information, as with radar, and we can correlate these detections with vessel tracking data to identify vessels or locate non-transmitting vessels. To illustrate, every green dot on that previous image is a vessel a bit like this, where the lights are being used to attract fish to the surface. And those lights can be seen from space. So OceanMind uses Microsoft Azure to securely and confidentially bring together all of these data sources to understand the compliance of human activity on the ocean. The scale of the data means that you have to use large-scale computing resources, cloud resources, and AI models in order to be able to understand them, to draw out the relevant information to support enforcement. In partnership with Microsoft, we've developed artificial intelligence models that identify specific types of fishing activity. Those are fed into our rules and regulations engine to automatically identify suspected non-compliance at scale. The AI accurately recognizes different phases of fishing, such as setting gear or soaking gear or retrieving it. And that means we can extrapolate more information from the data, such as how hard is a crew being worked and whether they're having sufficient rest periods. So all of this technology is then brought to bear to protect the ocean spaces and preserve marine biodiversity anywhere in the world. Vessel activities are mapped and compared to all the relevant rules and regulations, and they build a picture of compliance. And then intelligence can be provided to the regulators to power effective enforcement. Ocean health is critical to our continued survival, and unsustainable human use of the oceans is driving dramatic decline, destruction of whole ecosystems, and the extinction of thousands of species. But there is still hope. Technology is an enabler for planetary scale protection. By powering existing regulatory enforcement, it's possible to turn this decline around, and by the end of the decade, protect the health of the entire ocean for all of our benefits. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Nick. I'm truly impressed by your presentation. Really, this is like a dream to have access to such data and to be able to use it to support the nature protection and, well, the ocean protection and the biodiversity, and to make so many other activities. So that's great. On the list of our presentation, we have also a case study about Amazon, which should be presented by Lucia Rodriguez, lead of Microsoft Philanthropies Brazil, but I'm afraid she was unable to join us.
Yeah, so I think Veronica has a video, and I can talk a little bit about it too. So I think
okay, great. Great, Scott. So floor is yours. But we have no sound.
But watch this goes. What we're doing here is we are using some. I'll wait for the sound, but we're using some satellite imagery to predict deforestation in the Amazon. And so historically, we've done society has done a good job of building dashboards and reporting on it. But this organization called Amazon has built a model where they look for illegal roads, new informal roads that are created, because they are a precursor to first some clear cutting and then burning down of the forest in order to convert to agriculture. So Veronica, do you want, should I just keep talking about it, or do you want to see if you can get the video audio going, or or the captions enough and then we can just read the captions? It's possible the captions give us enough.
Yeah, I think that because you are sharing or Veronica is sharing the video.
Veronica is, I am not.
Okay, so. Will you be able, Scott, to say a few words about what we've done?
After this, I'll show a quick demo of it. It's a public website. And then we can get on to the questions. I think this video runs a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
This is going, I will bring up the website.
And we have Lucia with us.
Very good.
Yes. So, Lucia, would you like to add something? You just joined us a second before, yeah? Hi, but you have to unmute yourself, yeah. Unmute. Unmute. Oh. Okay, can you hear us, Lucia? No. I don't have sound. Okay, that's in a
I'll
pity.
talk a little bit about it while she figures that out, and you know, she can correct me anything when she gets sound. As I was saying earlier, historically, the organizations have done a good job reporting after the fact of deforestation, building dashboard models, which is very useful. But what we really want to help them do is take the next step and help be proactive so that local authorities can intervene. So similar to what Nick was talking about, by understanding what fishing vessels are doing, and then feeding that information to interdiction authorities, and then they can prioritize how to act. How do we go about the same thing around land use management? And as I had mentioned at the first part, oh, she has sound now, so I'm going to stop. Go, Lucia.
Hi everyone.
Hey there.
Sorry, I was late.
Okay, no problem. We saw the video provided by Scott, so I think that we already understand what's going on, what's your project is focused on. So maybe we move to the discussion, and maybe during the discussion you can add some also additional things if there is a time, because I'm afraid that we are running out of time. It's 4:05 in my place, and we should finish the session 4:15. So we have like less than 10 minutes for the discussion. So first of all, I have to say that I'm really impressed by all those presentations and how the technology can support, and all the activities which Microsoft started some time ago, and how you are moving forward. So that's really fantastic. And so maybe I will ask you, Alex, maybe you could comment, because you are looking from the UN perspective, fully UN perspective, at what's going on here and what was presented.
Well, I have to confess, I'm so fascinated by the demonstrations, because from Scott and from Microsoft, I got this fantastic slide on how they're using artificial intelligence to classify information, from the classification to the forecasting, and then to actual demonstration of power on the ground. Then the video explore one thing that I think I forgot to mention, that when I talk about people, place, and planet, the difficulty to bring in local knowledge and indigenous communities into actually having action on the ground on doing that. This video demonstrates an actual application of doing that. The question that it comes out then to me is how to scale this up, because at the same time we want to have maximum impact on local communities and local knowledge, indigenous communities. How can we scale then this up to get a worldwide scalability model for all of these things? But of course, it's impressive, the actual results on the ground. When Nick demonstrated this, I really love it. I'm so marveled by what is possible to do with the oceans. Our lives depend on the oceans. I once had a chance to participate in an event that the exploration of oceans beyond the universe means not the universe, but our planet Earth, is another big thing, because water is there probably. But while we do that, we have these immense exploration, observation of the oceans, and we have seen that with the example of Nick on the ground. So really, I'm so marveled that it is possible. These demonstrations prove that it is possible. Then with the Carlos Souza and the colleagues, we could see again on the ground how these things can be applied. So in terms of the United Nations, I think the contribution United Nations can give to this is some kind of policy framework, as well as the convening power to bring together different stakeholders. I think these are two areas of partnerships that the UN can do well, but then leave to the stakeholders on the ground, the companies like Microsoft, the technology companies, leave to the actors on the ground, the actual doing and the action. So I think the United Nations can become a nice policy advisor and convening facilitator. But then when it comes to actually do it, we have the proof that the actors here in this discussion are a good example of demonstration of power on actually implementing it. Over to you.
Thank you so much. We are discussing today that this is so important to support the nature conservation because of the climate crisis, because of the biodiversity crisis, and in fact, that's invaluable for the humanity. But it also has a strong economic value. So. Which was also presented by the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So my next question goes to Scott. What are the plans? And so how would you summarize the results of what you did by the end of the 2021? And what are the next steps? So what are your plans?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. I think it comes down to Alexander, what he was talking about of scaling, so, we're a private sector company, we are a technology company. And so what we think we can contribute to this conversation is, how do we prove out the technology? How do we make sure that it is viable? How do we make sure that it's built ethically? How do we make sure we partner with the local stakeholders around that? And then, once we really look at ourselves as sort of reducing some of the riskiness of these scenarios, and then we could pass it off to civil society, who can then take that and scale around that. How do we build, what we imagine, success for us is where we're able to take a project, prove it out, and then hand it over to the private sector, because maybe there's a business model behind it. We can hand it over to the public sector, because so that they can take and scale that out through their channels. And we really look for those public-private partnerships, and where we see ourselves sitting is in that innovation space, and funding nonprofits such as Amazon, such as Ocean Mind, working with state agencies such as CSIRO around building these models.
Thanks a lot, Scott. We have 4 minutes. We were reminded by the facilitator that the time is really running out. So there was a question from the audience about are there any uses of AI technology to support bee population? And you promised to answer this question.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm sure there are. I'll let the other folks also chime in. I'll go quickly. I don't know of anything that's around protecting bees, but we do have a project on what is using bees to analyze the biodiversity in their environments. So what we do is we essentially analyze the pollen in bees as they come in and go out of the nest, to help build a model that understands what the flowering species are there. And if you know that there are this many of this species, you know that then there are so many insects that feed upon that, then there's birds that feed upon those insects, and we can build that biodiversity model on top of that. And they've also now, the organization is called biodiversity, but B up front. It's a French company. And they have now moved on to using that same pollen analysis to actually analyze not only the species of pollen, if species is the right choice of words, but also the chemical makeup of that, to understand what the pollutions and the heavy metals are in that environment, so that they can then build a sort of not only the biological ecosystem, but also sort of a contamination model, for lack of a better term, to help prioritize resources. And so they talk about instead of the Internet of Things, they're building the Internet of Bees, or the bee of Internet. I can't remember. So they have a great phrase around that. I'll dig it up. Lucia, I don't know if you have anything that you want to sort of chime in the last couple of minutes, since you didn't have a chance to sort of talk about your project.
No, I just wanted to add that to the risk of deforestation, we can add many other layers, and adding this to the what's next, and also to the bee question. We can add several other layers, such as biodiversity, such as carbon, such as water. So we can also understand crossing the risk of deforestation with other layers of information. What is the risk of carbon emissions? What is the risk of loss in moisture in the atmosphere? What is the risk of loss of biodiversity? So I guess that Previsia opens a door to many other analyses that can be done in the Amazon forest and other biomes as well.
Thank you so much. All the time I'm looking at the clock because I'm afraid that they will just close the session and don't even give us a chance to say a word to say goodbye. So I think that maybe that's the moment when I will share with you the message. Veronica has to leave, but we will prepare a summary and we'll share with you some key findings of this discussion. And thank you so much for your participation. I'm really impressed by all the presentation, and I'm sure that there is a huge potential for cooperation for everyone, also at the global level, but also here at our country level. So we'll keep in touch with everyone. Thank you very much, Alexander Caldas. You joined this session. Thank you, Scott, for joining us. And I think that these are the last 30 seconds. So if someone wants to say something, so that's the last moment, or if I'm not sure. I'm so afraid that they will just close the session. So thank you once again, and let's hope we'll meet in person pretty soon.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Cheers, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks for hosting us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okej.
Tu, raz, dwa, trzy. Tu, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, test.
To moja chyba, to już zapocząłem. A brakuje tam jest. A, tam jest. Ja tylko... Dobra.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome my panelists and the audience to this special Day Zero event of Internet Governance Forum titled Digitalization through the Use of AI in Public Administration. Our panel was kindly put together by the Polish Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, and I want to congratulate them for inviting such a brilliant line of speakers. Today, representatives of Polish and foreign public administration, academia and business will present their views on strengths and challenges of using AI in public institutions. I want to welcome everyone who are joining us here offline in Katowice. I would like to welcome everyone who joins us online, including two of our speakers. And before we start, just on a technical note, this is a so-called silent room. So if you are here offline with us, you need to get the small earbud from which you will get at the door, because otherwise you won't be able to hear what we are talking about here. You can also ask questions via dedicated chat if you're joining us online, and offline we'll try to make time for some questions from the audience. Without further ado, I would like to present our extra special line of panelists today. First of all, Mr. Tomasz Chrustny, who is the president of the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland.
Good afternoon.
Antoni Rytel, deputy director of GovTech Poland.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Grzegorz Łupkowski, who is a client partner executive at Kyndryl, one of the largest IT outsourcing services company in the world.
Good afternoon.
And online, Kate Brandt is joining us, who is Director of Data Science, Data Technology and Analytics Unit at the Competition Market Authority of the United Kingdom. Hello, Kate. I hope you can hear us.
Hi, everyone. Yeah.
Brilliant. And I want to welcome Dr. Urs Gasser, who is a professor of public policy, governance and innovative technology at TUM School of Social Sciences and Technology, Technical University of Munich. Hello, Urs.
Hello, delighted to be here.
It's fantastic that you could join us. The next level digitalization is introducing AI to public institutions, and please feel free to challenge this assessment. I want to start off with asking Tomek, the head of the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland, about the project he and his institution have been preparing, and it's an AI-powered app to better protect consumers. If you can tell us a little bit more about it and give us the background why have you decided to use AI in your space?
In Polish Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, we have our main branches are and our main responsibilities are focused on competition and consumer protection. So we have to bear in mind that we are focused not only on companies as usual national competition authorities are, but also on consumer protection, which is a huge challenge concerning this fast developing e-commerce, big tech skills, and the whole economy and the economy that is right now growing in a rapid scale and touch consumer behavior and consumer daily life. So we are absolutely focused on those activities that consumer has also in e-commerce, but we also are aware that as consumers we are not always safety in the net, and there are also infringements that touch and harm consumer interests, and that's why we are trying to develop our skills, our competencies, and also new tools to act in order to eliminate such infringements. Right now, we are absolutely aware also that probably as all of us, that these processes that we can observe concerning artificial intelligence, concerning the development of big techs, their possibilities to enter new markets, but also to use the data, big data concerning consumers, they give them huge possibilities to develop even faster. And as public administration, we are less effective in such area of new technologies, also because a traditional both NCA but also agencies responsible for consumer protection are focused on law instead of focus on analyzing algorithms and the whole internet space. So that's why we decided to enter into new tools that can help us to eliminate infringement in illegal clauses in different agreements. And it's also the first step, as we also have the register of some such clauses. It's more than 7,500 different clauses that are illegal from the legal point of view. And we want to use an AI to develop the knowledge about these different agreements and contracts that are in the banking sector, in the different areas of people day-to-day life, in order to help us to eliminate infringements, also that we can find in the whole e-commerce, not only in agreements that the consumer come to us and show us the papers and ask us for the help, but also those agreements that we can find in the whole net. We also observe that such tools, and it's also the way for us to develop new tools. Firstly, we want to understand the whole processes. Secondly, we want to build the knowledge how AI can operate to eliminate infringements in consumer protection and in competition, as we know that it's the absolutely future in the next decade, and those competitions, those competencies should be absolutely in the public administration. So this new tool is probably the way we want to enter into AI, and we want to use these tools of course another tools to for instance to also build such helping us tools in public procurement and analyzing different signals that we have from both consumers and companies in order to be more and more efficient.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time your office uses AI, but I think it might be one of the first times that a public office in Poland will use AI in its work.
For us, it's absolutely the first step. And of course, we are traditionally connected to law. So it's highly difficult to build such tools and to understand so complex processes that we have. Of course, we are right now also developing new skills concerning our cybersecurity and concerning our analytical skills to understand those processes, to develop those tools, and also to use this knowledge concerning AI in different other processes. Of course, we also cooperate with both European Commission and our colleagues from different member states. And we understand that such tools and such knowledge is so complex that right now, usually companies that use the big tech, from the big tech that use big data and use artificial intelligence can use it in order to influence our behaviors. And usually it's sometimes it can be even against us, and that's why we also have to keep up with the journeys to help consumers and help the competition to work in the right way.
Mm-hmm. So in order to develop the tool, you are using an external contractor. And Antoni, I would like to ask you, because your institution, GovTech Poland, organized the whole selection process of choosing an external contractor for this project. And I know the whole process was somewhat innovative when it comes to Polish landscape. And could you tell us a little bit more about why was it special?
Well, so first of all, of course, the vast majority of the work was done by the colleagues from the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection. We're just helping out in our very limited capacity. But this is one of perhaps things that are considered most paradoxical around generally digitalization as an overall process, because we keep talking about solutions. They're obviously very important, and policies and regulations, but then in the end, we keep on spending the equivalent of half of our national budget every year on various forms of procurement, and at the same time, if this was a panel titled redefining design contest methodologies from the EU directive, probably we would A, not be having this panel in the first place, and B, if we were having this panel, we probably wouldn't have any of you joining us today. But in reality, I think, all jokes aside, this is something which does carry quite a lot of weight. So it's not just about what do we need, because that's something which can be answered with help of specialists. But if we do want to engage the private sector, we cannot keep considering them partners which work exactly like we do, we as the public sector. In fact, this was one of the cornerstones of overall GovTech in Poland, was a challenge of how to engage those companies, innovative startups, SMEs, in a manner which is both competitive and be friendly for them. And we, together with hundreds really of different entities, ended up designing a methodology, and then ended up being backed up by a digital tool, a platform, which happened to increase the participation rate of startups, or in general participation rates, from about three companies being an average to about 22. And in fact, the contest you were referring to, Daniel, exactly hit the average of 22 companies applying and submitting their works. So we're very glad it ended up working out. In fact, the winner ended up being a research institute with loads of experience in AI development. But something which I encourage maybe us here to discuss a bit more, or perhaps in another forum, is to really sort of not forget about this part of how do we end up choosing our partners? How do we end up choosing who we collaborate with? Do we actually need all these papers? Do we actually need to have the process, to go the process every step of the way? Or how much can be done within the framework which we have? Because that's another common myth, and I'll be ending it here. But one common myth which we kept fighting for ages really is that in order to do anything innovative in procurement, you need to change the law. And the thing is, you don't. There is a lot of leeway being given to tenders, to bidders. All that's really needed is for someone to gather those pieces together, streamline the process, and make it friendly for both parties. And hopefully we'll manage to achieve it, and consumers from across the country will end up benefiting from this. And again, I couldn't thank enough our partners from the office for giving it a go. Hopefully it will end up successfully.
Thank you. So we've touched on a very fascinating and very important topic, which is how private business engages with public institutions. So Grzegorz, I would like to ask you next, what's your perspective on that in general, and what do you think about the special approach that the office took when it comes to this project?
Okay, thank you for the voice. I'm simply impressed. It was the first time we were attending such a different approach to the procurement process in the public sector. We all get used to the public tenders when the majority of the criteria are based upon the price itself. So very often when we compete for such a project, we are touching the trade-off between about the price and the quality of the solution. In this particular case, the budget was pretty much defined. And this is very important in such a project which get used to such modern and new, brand new technologies like artificial intelligence. When we have a well-defined, let's say, out-of-the-box solution, we can, let's say, actually put it to the vendors to compete for the price. But in this particular case, I'm impressed that the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection, together with GovTech, have decided to put the quality as a primary criteria of selecting the vendor for implementing this solution. And this is really a completely change of the game. I wish to have such competition, always. It's not always possible, I understand. But in this case, where we have artificial intelligence, which is a very modern and new stuff, we are, let's say, talk about the rather research and development program. And it's not something which we buy from the shelf. We have to develop this solution, we have to test it, and the result, finally, is very much dependent on the involvement of the end user, who have to teach the artificial intelligence how to read, analyze, and the result is very much dependent on the quality of training. So this is a process itself. And actually the project is, we have experience with implemented artificial intelligence for the business, where we are continuously developing, improving, and training the artificial intelligence system to be effective as we wish to. So, and the whole process here is really greatly designed. We were, from the very beginning, understanding what is a goal Office wants to achieve, how they want to achieve it, what is a goal. I was reading the requirements, saying that that they have done huge effort to understand what they want to achieve from the artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence, it's not a tool, it's a system where the end users are working together with the machines and learn from each other. And this is great also from the consumer perspective.
Thank you very much. So now let's move to London. Kate, I would be really keen to hear what is your institution's approach, because I know that you use external experts like the Polish office, but you also hire your own data scientists. Could you tell us a little bit more about the benefits of that kind of approach?
Sure. So, excuse me. So let me just start off with a little bit more of an introduction of kind of, of my team and stuff. So I'm a director of data science within the UK Competition and Markets Authority's Data Technology and Analytics Unit. It's a bit of a mouthful, but basically, so this new, what we call the data unit, is a team of about 35 or so data scientists, data engineers, what we call data and technology insights officers, behavioral scientists, and digital forensics specialists as well. So we've kind of put all of those specialists all together into one sort of central team. It's about 2.5 years old now. And I think it's the largest team of these sorts of data specialists in any consumer and competition agency in the world. And one of the things we're doing is helping the CMA to be more efficient and effective across its remit. We do that by building data science tools, data pipelines, gathering and analysing large data sets that we're starting to now do more with some of our powers, and also providing technology insight, which is something that increasingly we're finding a lot of the case teams want to understand, how AI works and how companies use it, that sort of thing. And it was set up because of the recognition from those, I think, at the top of the office that we're going to be increasingly needing these skills and functions to actually work in these complex digital markets, that we're getting a lot more cases in that area. So I oversee data scientists who are building analytical tools for the CMA, but also a program of work as well, sort of on the other side, I suppose, where we're trying to understand how businesses use algorithms and how that might harm consumers and lessen competition. And a very little bit of background on me as well. So I am a data scientist by training, but before joining the CMA a couple of years ago, I also kind of built and led data science teams in central government in the UK. And so that sort of included the kind of deployment of machine learning models and that sort of thing. So coming back to your question, our approach is actually to do most things in-house. I found, and this is not just my experience from the CMA, this is sort of a wider thing. I found that if you're bringing in external expertise, it's actually preferable to do it as bringing it in as a resource, I guess, where you've still got kind of more control of it rather than kind of commissioning out a piece of work. And I think the main reason for that is a lot of what you need to do in AI, machine learning, and what you need to understand is about the context, actually, and understanding the business and understanding where it's needed and why it's important. And then the other big thing that always seems to come up is about the data. So it's understanding the organization's data and particularly actually the issues with the data that are not always that apparent. So people internally can often understand that better. And also, of course, if you build the tools internally, then you've got the people who can understand that. They can integrate with the existing tools that we've already got, provide ongoing advice, and then can also kind of easily tweak things if you need them, right, internally to change those tools as they're kind of as they're required, I suppose. So our general approach has actually been, to do things more in-house. And I know that's not something that's available to every agency, but it's something that we've put a lot of effort, I guess, in and a lot of resource to putting in.
Thank you very much, Kate. There were some really interesting remarks. Urs, you are one of the world's renowned authorities when it comes to artificial intelligence, and especially when it comes to AI use in public institutions. You advise governments on this issue. So I would like to hear you share your thoughts on some of the early lessons learned from early uses of AI by governments around the world.
Thank you very much. And your introduction is way too kind. I'm just learning about this new technology, as many others as well. I've been really part of a larger network of researchers tracking over the past couple of years what are some of these early uses of AI-based technologies in the public sector. And so most of the evidence so far is anecdotal and case study based. And I'm happy maybe to share 3 quick thoughts or observations from that work. Maybe it's also a little bit taking 2 steps back. I think it fits quite nicely to also the more concrete conversations we had about the implementation in the consumer protection space. So the first observation is really about the value of strategy. I think even 3 years ago, the AI use in governments was mostly focused on pilots. And we just heard even in Poland, this is kind of a first in some ways using this specific application in the government context. In parallel, however, we've seen that several national governments, but also increasingly at the city level, have come up with comprehensive and systematic AI strategies. And I think that's something that's very valuable for a number of reasons. First and foremost, I think we've seen that such systematic approaches to the question of AI deployment force some sort of a conversation and reflection why AI-based technologies should be incorporated in the first place. And I think the panel made an excellent case why in the consumer protection space there may be a lot of value to such a tool. But on the other hand side, I think there have been also early pilots where we've seen AI being adopted as something new and flashy, where it was not entirely clear what the actual value is, especially also from a citizen or demand side. And I think strategies are a good way to have this conversation. I think strategies, as opposed to just pilots, are also important because they allow and invite for a systematic approach to mapping the different risks and opportunities, to track such experiences over time, and also build towards a common repository of best practices and lessons learned. And above all, I would say they also provide an important opportunity to include citizens in all these tricky and interesting questions and create really inclusive processes, whether it's the procurement part you talked about, or whether it's later on the accountability and transparency piece when technology is adopted. So first observation is really we see a shift from pilots to strategy, and I think there is a lot of value to learn from the pilots and build towards strategy. The second point is, despite some sort of a turn to strategy, I feel, and we've heard it already, the biggest challenge is probably at the implementation level. So even if you get the strategy part right, I think governments are struggling with a set of implementation challenges. Some of them are structural. At the technical level, Kate and others have pointed it out already, we may have a challenge to find high quality data sets. They are at times unequally distributed. Interoperability is a challenge. The maintenance of data sets is a challenge. Quite often it's one thing for a government to launch a new AI tool, but then to maintain it over time may be much harder also in terms of financial resources and the like. But it's not only at the technical level. I think even more importantly, at the human level and the normative level, there are massive implementation challenges. Human level, we've already touched upon it when talking about doing things in-house or externally. I'm worried about the information asymmetries and how can we build skills and competencies among the civil servants and make sure that the people working in government have the knowledge. It was already mentioned during the panel, how to attract talent in a very competitive market. I think very important questions. And normatively, just as a last sort of example of implementation challenge, it's awfully hard actually to translate some of the, let's say, ethics best practices into a concrete application, given that things are so contextual, as I think Kate and others have pointed out. What does transparency really mean in a meaningful way in a given sector? What does accountability mean? Lots of hard implementation questions. So second point being, yes, strategy matters, but even more so implementation. And the third and quick point is about the law of unintended consequences. I think AI in the public sector in these early stages is already rich of examples where governments have done a good job, government officials have worked carefully to implement AI, but surprise, surprise, many things have happened that were not intentional or at times were even harmful. And I think one challenge there is that at times we're maybe overly focused on the technology and not understand that an intervention that's AI intervention may actually upset at the organizational or human level the equilibrium or the ecosystem in which an organization operates. And so we've seen examples where, you know, the technology worked good enough, but good enough was not good enough because you had downstream consequences where, for instance, additional burden was put on citizens or beneficiaries, supposed beneficiaries of the technology. And the very final footnote to this problem, I think, is it becomes increasingly challenging to continuously evaluate AI-based interventions. I think contrary to earlier manifestations of e-government, the whole point about AI is that it leads to more automation and scalability. And one problem, it seems, is how can we real-time monitor what the technology that we introduce is doing in the wild when it's no longer a controlled environment? How can we intervene at the right moment if I say we, I mean from a public interest perspective, from a government perspective, and course correct. So the question of iterative design, continuous recalibration, course corrections becomes a really important layer of infrastructure, I think, governments have to build in addition to all the things that have been mentioned. So I stop here, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts from that work that's rather collaborative and global. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Urs. There were some really brilliant remarks here. I'd like to focus now on one in particular. I think it's a sort of common knowledge, common approach, I guess. Our AI tools are only as good as our databases.
people, when they talk about AI, always think of it as some sort of magic separate thing. And actually, I always tell people to go back to where the problem is, because actually AI can answer particular types of question, but not everything. And it's better for some things than others. So, it's very good when you've got large amounts of data that you can't, or you can't get humans to kind of process all of it, for example. And it's good for certain things. I suppose there's also a question of the sort of build versus buy as well that always comes up, which I would, you need to think about how generic the problem is versus how specific it is, and whether you can kind of essentially take a hybrid approach. I've seen quite a lot of examples of where, they try and people or organizations will try and get data scientists to kind of reinvent the wheel for something that's been done very well elsewhere, and you've got these generic tools that can be used. But at the same time, there's also some that there are some things that are very, very bespoke and very specific. I suppose I would also say that although they are quite bespoke, actually internationally, in similar types of organizations, we've got the same types of problems, and well, sometimes the same problems as well. So that's something that I've been trying to push, that we can actually share tools internationally in competition and consumer agencies, right? So when we have built these, we can actually share them and share that knowledge, which we're starting to try and do as well. So I suppose those are a few things that I would say.
So are you kind of in touch with any other competition market authorities worldwide and share your experience?
Yeah, so we've got a few different forums. It's something that I do. I spend a lot of my time actually talking to other, particularly smaller competition and consumer agencies, to try and help them build this type of capacity, because it's something that a lot of countries are interested in but don't quite know how to get started. So yeah, just talking through how they can do that.
Thank you. I mean, you're saying smaller. I'm guessing that UK being the financial center of the world, there's not many larger organizations than yours.
Well, I think it depends. But yeah, I think we've got some. I think we still have different sized competition agencies, even if countries might be bigger or smaller, I suppose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great, perfect. I think our time is almost up. I would like to thank you all for joining us offline here in Katowice and online. And I want to thank my guests, Kate Brandt, Director of Data Science, Technology and Analytics Unit, quite a mouthful, at Competition and Markets Authority in the United Kingdom, Dr. Urs Gasser, who is a professor at Technical University of Munich, Tomasz Krusny, the President of the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland, who kindly organized this panel, Antoni Rytel, Deputy Director of GovTech Poland, and finally Grzegorz Łupkowski, Client Partner Executive from Kyndryl. The former name is IBM Global Technical Services. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Kate and Urs.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me? This is Liesl Franz.
Hi, Liesl. This is Stephen. I hear you and see you, and I was wondering if you can confirm the same for me.
I can hear you.
Can you see me as well?
I can see you. Yes.
All right.
Good.
Then I'm going to go ahead and turn myself off and go back to doing some other things in the meantime.
Sure.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So Tadeusz, how do you want to have us?
No, I'm last, so I'm going to sit at one end.
Oh,
the other.
well, whatever. Let's just divide ourselves.
Henri, why did you let me sit there? Because I'm last. And I would like to put the ladies in the middle as well.
But you know, Regina and I are colorful, so in terms of color. So let's
between dreary grey men.
There should be a dark suit in between us.
Tadeusz here.
Yeah.
Regina here, and Nick here, and we can share some.
Okay.
My goodness, I'm glad you made it.
It's a Sunday.
Yeah. Henri is not visible. About the internet.
We have to move the camera. Where's the camera? I'm going to be serious about that because Henri is not visible, so I'm going to move everyone. I'm sorry.
You need to share one micro for both sides because there are three micros. Like this. One są podłączone, to powinny być. Online'owi są podłączeni, cała trójka.
I guess we'll be starting soon. So it's a great pleasure to welcome everyone here. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. The listeners to our panel are global. This is a global village. This is United Nations framework. You are all over the world, I believe. So for everyone, it's either sunrise or sunset or somewhere in the middle of the night. Wherever you are, we're greeting you from Poland. And we're starting a panel on transatlantic relations and cyber and digital affairs. The economies and the societies of the 21st century will increasingly be based on digital solutions. The rules of game and then managing the ongoing technological cooperation between Europe and the USA in relation to such issues like cybersecurity, big data, quantum computers, artificial intelligence, telecommunication technologies seems to be an obvious task. How we can work together between Europe and the USA to promote the development of digital technologies, how we can work together to keep internet open, free, safe, and secure for all users all over the world, how we can cooperate to the development of new innovative technologies so they can serve all humankind is an important question. For many decades, Europe and the USA are allies, are friends, they work together, and there is obvious benefits and obvious challenges to this cooperation. Today we will try to discuss some of them in the context of digital and cyber relations between Europe and the USA. And I'm very pleased to have very distinguished guests with us today that I will present in the alphabetical order of the states and then organizations. From France, we have Mr. Henri Verdier, Ambassador for Digital Affairs, former entrepreneur, turned into serving the state of France, but also the European community. From Germany, we have Dr. Regina Greenberger, Cyber Ambassador and Director for Cyber, Foreign and Security Policy at the German Foreign Office. From the Netherlands, we have Ms. Nathalie Jarsma, Ambassador at Large for Security Policy and Cyber at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. From Poland, online, not with us here in Katowice, we have Mr. Krzysztof Bednarek, Deputy Director from EU Economics Department, from the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, and from the USA, we have Mr. Stephen Anderson, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Communication and Information Policy, Department of State, who is also supported by Ms. Liesel Franz, Deputy Coordinator for Cyber Issues, also from the Department of State. And last but not least, we have a distinguished representative of the European Commission, Director Piers O'Donoghue, Director of Future Networks at DG Connect. And myself, I'm Tadeusz Chomicki. I'm Ambassador for Cyber and Tech Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, and I have a pleasure and a challenge to moderate this panel today. So, my first question to the panelists will be concerning the opportunities and the benefits in close and coordinated cooperation in digital and cyber matters between Europe and the USA, but also the challenges or even sometimes difference of interests in some areas. Because there is no new industry, there is no new economic development without innovative and digital technologies. There is no new effective digital technologies without effective cybersecurity. There is no more internationalized and trans-border, as well as more trans-sectorial security than cybersecurity. No other security, no other aspect or part of security depends on international cooperation. No other security is more trans-sectorial. You cannot have a safe administration without safe financing, or safe civil society without safe infrastructure, critical infrastructure. So this interdependence between sectors translates into interdependence between states, and cooperation between states is a precondition of safe cyberspace. And without safe cyberspace, we cannot develop new technologies, new digitalized technologies, which are in hand a condition of the future development of economies and the humankind prosperity. So let's try to discuss what are the opportunities and benefits and what are perhaps challenges to the close cooperation between Europe and the USA. I will start with Nathalie Jarsma, the Dutch ambassador, for sharing your views on that question. Nathalie.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you very much, Tadeusz. And dear guests, and I'm very happy to see people here in the audience and to be here in Katowice in person after all these online meetings. I've wanted to make first some general comments and then some short comments about cyber. So first in general, the transatlantic relationship, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. The transatlantic relationship is a very comprehensive relationship based on shared values. And for decades, there has been transatlantic cooperation through industry, civil society, sciences, and also government. Through innovation, our societies have been able to reap the benefits of the internet and digitalization. And to us, it is, as the Netherlands, but I think I can speak on behalf of all of us sitting here, it's a no-brainer that we need to continue and deepen this relationship. That's an interesting call. The world is different, though, than 10 years ago. And what has changed in the recent years is that in this globalized world, our values are being challenged. And for decades, we were used to looking through an economic lens and a security lens separately. And we have built separate institutions and coordination mechanisms. For the transatlantic security relationship, we have primarily NATO. And for the economic relationship, we focused on creating and preserving level playing fields through multilateral mechanisms, and later on more and more through free trade agreements. But now that our values are being challenged, the lines between security and economy become less clear. And that is especially true for digital technologies that connect us all as humankind. So in reaction, we see that every single liberal democracy is doing its own homework to connect these security and economy dots better, aiming for protecting our values while preserving open economies and also keeping promises to the global south. And this requires better coordination and strategic thinking within national administrations, at the EU level, and the transatlantic relationship. And we see this happening. Tadeusz, you asked, what do you see as the biggest challenge? I think here the biggest challenge is coordination. Since we have all these established institutions and mechanisms, and we need to connect the dots. In the cyber domain, we've actually made big steps. And through the very active engagement by a lot of countries, including the ones represented on this panel, we now have international agreement on what is responsible state behavior on ICTs and what not. And this consensus has been reconfirmed by the UN General Assembly this year. So we have a framework that forms a yardstick for responsible state behavior, and we need to hold states accountable if they do not respect that framework through their actions or non-actions. And this also requires coordination on information sharing, on assessments, and on possible actions, but also capacity building. We have built up serious muscle memory to do so, both within the EU as well as in the transatlantic relationship, and more broadly with states that are of the opinion that the international legal order in cyberspace needs to be strengthened. Impunity of malicious actors is not an option, since this would have enormous security and economic consequences for the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. I would like to ask Regina to follow with your views and comments.
Thank you, Tadeusz. Well, first, I'm grateful to Natalie because I can start off now where she ended. For the sake of time, I will not repeat most of the things. I'm completely aligning with Natalie. I also see the world in a change, a profound change due to the digital transformation. And both the US and Europe are in a similar position because our societies, our economies, and our political system, and also our defense relies heavily on digital technologies, especially on cyber technologies. And therefore, both of us, the US and Europe, have created really an important attack surface also to all the malicious actors that are there outside. And starting with that, we have also developed let's say, we share the threat assessment of where these threats to our security come from and what we can do about it. So I would like to focus in my remarks on the security policy issues. And I would like to mention three examples for how we align and how our interests and also our actions converge. The first one is in the field of attribution and accountability. Within the UN framework, we have created with the consensus reports of this spring a framework for how to do a responsible attribution of cyber incidents to state actors. And both the US and Europe within the EU cyber diplomacy toolbox, follow this rules of how to attribute cyber incidents to an actor. And we did so in the past month at least 2 times together. The first case was the SolarWinds attacks, which we attributed, and the other one was Ghostwriter. In the first case, it was more the US that was concerned. In Ghostwriter, it was more European states that were concerned. But we used this tool of attribution in the same way. Another example is our defense instruments that we use within NATO, within our military alliance. In the NATO Cyber Defense Review, that was completed also this year in summer. For the first time, we said that also the cumulative effect of individual cyber incidents can be summarized to something that can trigger Article 5 reactions. This is very important because it shows that we have the same awareness that although an individual incident can remain under the threshold of a military kinetic attack, the sum of several such incidents can sum up to something that can trigger Article 5 and therefore the alliance to act. And the third example is the Counter-Ransomware Initiative. This is an American initiative, and it tackles the problem of ransomware. We found this really something very disturbing in the last month. The number of ransomware attacks has increased sharply, and the sums that had to be paid as ransom have also increased incredibly. Ransomware is not only a financial crime or financial cybercrime, a cybercrime for financial interests. It also affects national security interests as far as critical infrastructure is concerned. And we have seen this because ransomware attacks have been issued against health organizations, against energy supply, and so on. So this is really something where we have to do something together, and the US called for a counter-ransomware initiative with initially about 30 states, but the group is growing, who try to come together to join their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina. This is really important. I just shortly comment that I was taking part in a Wilton Park conference earlier this year, which was about the protection of critical infrastructure in general. But one of the comments which was side of this conference pointed out that last year, 2020 year, biggest threat or most popular threat, most commented in the world, obviously was COVID. But in 2021, it is ransomware. So indeed, that is important. But now I would like to turn to Henri Verder, who is multi-purpose ambassador, serves both cybersecurity that Regina has pointed out, but also digital affairs. And he's, as I mentioned, entrepreneur turned into the civil servant. So please share with us, Henri, your perspective on this topic.
Thank you very much. And yes, I will take your question in a more general sense. First, because I totally agree with my two colleagues and counterparts, so I would be boring if I say the same thing. And then because I think I was thinking when you did invite us, we are here in the IGF, so why do we speak about this specific relation. The IGF is a global forum for the multi-stakeholder governance of internet from the United Nations. But I feel that this relation, our relation, is very important, not just because, of course, our two continents did play a major role in the history of internet. Everyone knows the role of the US, of course. Some people forgive that in Europe were born quite every aspect of the open standards of internet, TCP/IP, the web, ADSL, Linux. So we did create a very important part of this history. And this relation between two ecosystems can be very fundamental for the rest of the international organization. And just to share this, I will share with you a very simple idea. Yes, you did mention my professional life. So I was trained as a researcher, and then I started 3 companies, and then I did lead the French open data policy, and then I was a state CTO, and now I'm a diplomat. I mention this because at each stage of this life, I had great cooperation with US counterparts, and together we did fight against the same adversary, and very often those adversaries were American or European. And my first message is that there is not one Europe-US relation. We have the history of the digital revolution that is being written before our eyes is a multi-stakeholder, multi-actor story made by communities, companies, academics, states, regulation authorities, civil society organizations. And they do interact nationally and internationally. And they exchange, cooperate, sometimes confront each other. And they have many fruitful interactions. That's very important because, in my opinion, the first duty of the European-US relation is to try not to oversimplify those relations through two simple geopolitical visions. We are two great ecosystems. We need to invent something, to invent how two very important ecosystems could cooperate. We are more different than people usually think. For example, of course, in Europe, we like good regulation. But after the Facebook files, for example, maybe the work we did for the last 4 years could be important for everyone. We can learn a lot from the Silicon Valley, of course, or the Berkman Center, or the, I don't know, or DC even. And that's maybe my message during this roundtable. We could try to invent how two big, great ecosystems could interact. And if we succeed in this, we could enlarge this vision. It would be something useful for everyone, for the rest of the world, for every ecosystem in the world. So maybe my message is let's try to invent how two ecosystems can cooperate.
Thank you, Henri. That is also a very interesting angle from which you described this relation in cyber and digital. I would like now to ask Krzysztof, who is representing the Polish Prime Minister's office, and in his daily work, he's working on the economic issues, mostly on the economic issues in the framework of the European Union, and this is his department which was preparing the Polish position on the digital autonomy or strategic autonomy in Poland. So in this context of this specific discussion, I would like to ask Krzysztof, who is online and joining us online from Warsaw, to share his views and comments. Krzysztof, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tadeusz. Good evening to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this panel to discuss transatlantic cooperation. As you mentioned, I would like to focus on regulatory economic angle as digitalization brought enormous opportunities for businesses, increased prosperity and brand new products and services, but also brought numerous challenges that require our careful attention and action. These challenges are visible with more clarity after analyzing particular cases that appear on both sides of the Atlantic in the past years. They are all often high in the media, high on the news, data leaks, anti-vaccine campaigns, and we are all confronted with key questions: how to ensure privacy protection, how to develop standards for access and management of industrial data, how to discourage potential abuses of dominant position of digital companies that grew to significant size, how to fight disinformation, and how to secure basic digital rights like freedom of speech. So the good news for our transatlantic cooperation is that we need to tackle similar challenges, and that the starting point is common fundamental values. So we could credibly hope that the final regulatory outcomes will be not so far away. Obviously, European Union is relatively advanced in addressing these challenges, often boasts itself as a regulatory superpower, but it's not because we want to protect access to the market, but it's rather the necessity to address all those challenges to secure broad support for digital transformation. And when I observe debate across the Atlantic on digital, all those issues are also intensely debated. And there are already substantial regulation on federal or state level, some of them very much aligned to what EU has done so far. But I believe my American colleagues could tell us more about how the approaches evolve. So I'm convinced that when the debate progresses, we observe even more convergent solutions. We need to have in mind clear benefits from regulatory cooperation. The less fragmented regulatory transatlantic space, the easier will be for our businesses to thrive. And the more aligned we are, the better chances to shape, to influence global rules. But there are also obvious obstacles. Yes, we do have competing economic interests, quite substantial asymmetry in the scale of digital companies, and different regulatory traditions. So there might be impression that more burden or more adjustment will be expected from US companies. And the second challenge is that there is also quite time-consuming to find internal consensus within the EU to how we should tackle these challenges. So it's work in progress, and all member states have to be on board. It takes time, but I think it's manageable. We need to make sure that solutions to challenges are proportionate and provide level playing field. And we have some very encouraging examples. Even in most difficult issues like taxation, we were able to find satisfactory consensus. Here, I mean OECD historical agreement that assure benefits benefits of digitalization will be distributed in a fairer way. This is very positive signal that we were able to tackle tax base erosion in effective way. I believe that similar extra effort is needed to reduce potential tensions while addressing key challenges with regulations. That is why Poland will support open version of EU digital sovereignty. Indeed, we must strengthen our digital capacities, but we need to remain open for cooperation and promote openness towards like-minded countries. And we do hope that TTC, Trade and Technology Council, will be very instrumental to better understand our approaches to key issues, and we can make good progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Krzysztof. It was, I think, very good comments from your side, because it shows that there are some challenges, but also that there are very good examples of these similar challenges. So coming from the similar sources, we already overcame some in some fields. So there is actually space where we can work together. But hearing from the member states of the European Union, I would like to turn to the US now, because we would like to see how all these opportunities and challenges, how do they look like from the American perspective. And I would like Stephen to take the floor and share with us the view from Washington. Stephen, please.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I am in Washington as opposed to in Katowice. I have to say, I was quite jealous watching all of you mull around on the stage talking to each other before this panel began, and I miss out on that. But also congratulations to you, Tadeusz, for putting together a panel that really brings together people who focus on the security and the economic sides of this issue and putting them together, which I think already is a theme that we've seen as important, that we have to understand that both of those issues need to be dealt with at the same time as we look forward in the transatlantic relationship. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to steal a line from Pierce in terms of how good the framing is that you've given to this particular session. I really do think it hit it absolutely on the mark. And what we have to think of is that in a world that is currently characterized by strategic competition that is centered on competition in critical and emerging technologies, it's very true that the United States and the European Union share a positive vision of technology as a net force for good, supporting the flourishing of our citizens and people all over the world. I think that's a theme that came out from all of the speakers from the European Union. But what we sometimes need to understand is that we do have distinct regulatory approaches, and we need to make sure that these approaches are always complementary rather than creating barriers for our two systems for us to achieve our fundamental objectives. What I would say, sort of what that really means, is that as we cooperate on strategic competition, we must also ensure that our approach to economic competition between us is complementary of the first effort. And I think that that is something that we are doing, and we're beginning to do it really well over the last few months. Both the United States and Europe, as we recover and change from the ongoing pandemic, our transatlantic digital relationship is going to be critical to us building back better. Now, here at the State Department, we are focusing on working with European allies and partners to ensure that together we remain the world's innovative leaders and standards setters, and that this innovation is grounded in democratic values and delivers real benefits for our citizens. I believe my French colleagues spoke about the importance of the innovation that we see in the United States and in Europe. Now, Secretary Blinken has identified 6 pillars that are necessary for us to meet the needs of our citizens, both in the United States and in Europe, I would say, as we face down techno-authoritarian regimes and other related threats posed to our society. First, he said we have to reduce the national security risks posed by malicious cyber activities and emerging technologies. 2, we need to strengthen the leadership of the US and those sharing our values, like the European Union, in tech competition. 3rd, we have to defend an open, interoperable, reliable, and secure internet. 4th, ensure that technical standards and norms for emerging technologies are of the highest quality, industry-led, bottoms up. 5th, we have to make sure that these emerging technologies work for democracies, not against democratic interests. And 6th, promote cooperation among democratic partners, which I think is a theme here tonight as well. Now, discussing these pillars in this particular context naturally leads to a discussion of the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, which is an example of those pillars and in action. And in fact, I'm very proud that I work with Pierce on one of the working groups in the TTC, cooperating on how it is that we can advance security and competition in ICT sector. Now, the US and EU Trade and Technology Council is an important forum to advance an affirmative, values-based US-EU tech agenda. As the TTC's inaugural meeting in Pittsburgh in September, the US and the EU issued a joint statement that made commitments in the areas of global trade challenges, addressing non-market trade distorting practices, semiconductor supply chains, investment screening, export controls, artificial intelligence. When you add in the other issues that we have in the working groups, tech standards, climate and clean technology, misuse of technology threatens security and human rights, what you see is we have a very extensive agenda on both the promote and the protect side of technology issues. I think you could only have such a broad depth, a broad focus of concentration in a relationship as close and as deep as that which we have with the European Union. Now, we are seeking closer alignment and cooperation on technology policies and regulations, as my Polish colleague has mentioned. Now, we, of course, do recognize that it is unrealistic and probably not even necessary to have total convergence in our approaches. But given that we share many of the same objectives, we should seek to understand the differences and work towards complementary, risk-based, innovation-friendly approaches to tech market regulation. Now, since we're here at the Internet Governance Forum, let me also say that broadly, I think the United States and the European Union need to preserve and defend the vision of an open net that is open, interoperable, secure, and reliable, and to ensure the development and deployment of sensitive emerging technologies are done in a way that strengthens our democracies and defends against authoritarian approaches. This also includes support for the multi-stakeholder system of governance. Now, the transatlantic relationship based on our commitment to shared values has brought us 75 years of peace and prosperity. The Biden administration is committed to not only continuing, but to revitalizing and raising the ambition of the transatlantic relationship. I think that together we can ensure that technology is used to promote our values and tackle the most pressing challenges from the pandemic to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. That was very important to hear the voice from Washington, even though we would like to hear the voice of Washington here from Katowice, not from Washington. But I hope that next time we can make it here or somewhere else in physical presence. And last but definitely not least, I would like to ask Pierce O'Donoghue, the director representing European Commission, on the perspective from the European institution itself.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Well, some of my best lines have been stolen indeed by Christoph and Stephen, but I'm happy about that. And also the European Commission being able then to add in my perspective, because from what we've heard already from the panel, we do have to focus on what are the challenges in the relationship. But I would just start by saying, of course, what is the alternative if we were to allow those challenges to dictate the relationship, or we were to giving up on the cooperation that is evident? And of course, that's unthinkable, because we are here in the IGF with a community who work hard and believe in an open, trusted, secure internet. And we need to work to play our role in securing that on both sides of the Atlantic, and of course with global partners who think the same way about it. And that is exactly what's happening. We've heard from the cyber diplomats whose expertise I acknowledge in terms of the cooperation that is there. And of course, we are working together on securing the open internet. On the European Union side, as people know, we have done quite a lot recently in order to strengthen and adapt our policy to growing threats, but also to rapidly developing technology, to take a more holistic approach, to working, of course, with the member states who are in the front line of all of this. There is a national security element that is undeniable. And we have more recently introduced a set of measures under the EU cybersecurity strategy, which is part of our digital decade program. Now, I won't go into the details there, but clearly what we are seeking to achieve is resilience, technology sovereignty, and leadership. And I will say a word about technology sovereignty in a moment. But it's also building the operational capacity to actually fight against cyber threats and cybercrime, to deter and, of course, to respond. But to do that, and here we get again into the area of global relations, we cannot create a splinter net. We cannot cut off the internet because we'd be cutting off ourselves, not the rest of the world. We have to have a global and open cyberspace that is trusted and secure. So we have to work with partners and assist partners in a neutral and helpful way that is suitable for their level of development. So that resilience is a key issue, and you'll be seeing more from the Commission. And our President announced in September that we will be bringing forward a new European Cyber Resilience Act to complete the suite of measures that we have put place on cyber security. Now, there are good examples in this domain, but I'm not the expert here on the panel. And we've heard already from Eugene, for example, with regard to ransomware. That's one of the good examples of detailed cooperation where administrations and economic actors have worked together. But I would actually like also to talk about wider areas of cooperation, and specifically what Stephen has just referred to and what Christophe referred to, which is the Transatlantic, the Trade and Technology Council, where we are working on a series of detailed issues around connectivity, around ICT and technological development, and seeking to improve relations. They weren't so good in the recent past, and I recognize fully when Stephen says we have to look forward, and that's exactly where we're going. Because the TTC, as we call it, is a sign of transatlantic cooperation, and it does serve as a forum for us to work out some of the issues and that are really there. And I think this is the point that I would like to interject. When in Europe we talk about technological sovereignty, it is not to go it on our own. It is not to create silos or to create a fortress Europe. Simply that wouldn't work. We know it wouldn't work anyway, whatever about if that were to be a realistic ambition. It is to ensure that in times of geopolitical strife or even cyber warfare, that Europe is able to continue to operate its internet, to be able to provide services to others who share the same principles, and to support other countries with similar vision, which may be more vulnerable than we are in the European Union in case of a doomsday scenario with regard to the internet. But we don't want it to get there. What we do need to do is to recognize that there are other tendencies which can have a less dramatic but an undermining effect on cooperation, but therefore also on the security and the future of this open, trusted internet. And that is what has been mentioned, in particular, the fact of competition, even at state level, but commercial competition, which exists. And when that competition is also sometimes typified on both sides as being an example of a political culture or a commercial culture of the other side, which is not acceptable to us, as is stated in the vision statement for this panel today, we need to be very careful about what we do and don't do. We are not going to try to solve those commercial tensions, nor in fact do we want to. We want to live in a competitive environment where the technology can develop and where the stakeholder community, particularly innovators, can actually help us to develop the next generation internet. What government and state on both sides needs to do is to ensure that the principles that we all espouse to are maintained, and that we do not use the technical weapons available to either side to undermine this ecosystem which we have seen created. So in the transatlantic trade and technology discussions, but also in cyber and cybersecurity in general, we need other voices. We need the voices of reason, and we need the expertise. And that is why we are discussing this here in the IGF. The multi-stakeholder community, the community of cyber experts, technical experts, but also of NGOs, privacy and security advocates, those who are working for diversity and inclusion in the internet, are critical to call out governments or governmental organizations, wherever they may be, including in the European Union, if there are abuses or if there are problems, if through even with the best of intentions to regulating elements of the internet, we are actually stifling free speech or stifling innovation. So that is why in this environment in particular, we must have an ongoing discussion, and we must ensure that the multi-stakeholder community, civil society and others are fully informed and involved in the discussions, in the TTC, and in everything that we do in cyber. Thank you.
Thank you, Piers. We have a situation of negotiations at this moment. Apparently, we've been given only originally 45 minutes, but I believe having such prominent speakers and important topics, we are in the process of negotiating with the United Nations organization that we can extend it a little bit more. So I don't know the results of the negotiations yet, so I will make a very quick roundup of what we've had. And if we are given 15 minutes more, then I will go with the second round of the questions. What I've heard here is a lot of different things from different perspectives, because this is really very large area of cooperation that we are talking about. But definitely everyone was saying, and Piers was very specific when you said, if we do not cooperate closely, what is the alternative? What is the alternative? And several speakers from both sides of Atlantic Ocean pointed out we have the same values, we share the same values, we share the same norms that we work together for within the framework of the United Nations. In fact, next week, most of us will meet each other in the inaugurational meeting of the open-ended working group in the first committee to further discuss the norms of responsible state behavior, and we will be working together for the benefit of all countries in the world. So we have the same norms, we have the same values, we have very often common interests. And yes, we have competition. Stephen has pointed out this competition doesn't have to be destructive. It can be competition which is helping each other. That was also the voice from Poland. Krzysztof said convergence is the way to go, maybe. Yeah, we have a different regulatory traditions. In Europe, we like things a little bit more regulated. In the US, it's a different tradition. But eventually, I think on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, we start to think about the same things: protection of privacy, but also protection of the freedom of speech. It's a protection of norms that we live along with, whether it's outside of internet or inside the internet. So it seems like definitely we have good reasons to continue to work together, not only to the benefit of the European states and the United States of America or other partners, because this is transatlantic, but in fact we are talking about partners outside Europe, as Canada, Australia, other countries that we work with closely. And it seems like the benefits are obvious. Regina has pointed out the cybersecurity. I said at the very introduction, there is no development of digital economy or prosperity of humankind without cybersecurity, because the humankind prosperity depends these days on development of innovative technologies which are based on digital technologies. And without them, if they're not safe and they're not secure, it will be a failure. And we have, all of us, all over the world, we have to make everything together that the digital technologies, digital world is safe. So cybersecurity is a key element to provide that. And we have had good examples of cooperation within Europe and America to provide for the cybersecurity of digital technologies. And we continue to do that. We work together in the framework of global organizations like the United Nations because we share the values. This is not our values. These are universal values that we are working for. So definitely, yes, we will be looking and working together, even if we have these differences or sometimes various perspectives from which we do think. Well, I have to ask an open question because I have no communication. Do we have more time that I can go with the second round of the question, or we'll have to wrap up? That is the question to whoever is behind the scenes and making this meeting possible. I see no answer, so why don't we try to continue? So if anyone would like to add, maybe Natalie, you wanted to add something?
Certainly. And I was actually wondering what this clock in front of us was doing, counting down, and I was waiting for sort of a launch, but it is just sort of the next phase of our discussion. I wanted to add something and pick up on something that Henri said about the ecosystem, but also others who mentioned the role of multi-stakeholders. And I think really that as transatlantic community, we need to get better in truly walking the talk of multi-stakeholderism, and that especially goes for governments. In order to deliver concrete results, including through already existing multi-stakeholder platforms, such as we are here at the IGF. And I think all stakeholders are essential, and Piers just eloquently gave a very good list, I think, of all the different roles. But what I'm wondering is how can we, when I started to ask questions about who in the industry are actually the multi-stakeholders, what I found striking is that it's mainly big tech. And I think we need to do better in terms of involving the smaller companies, the small SMEs that are very innovative, have a great view on what actually hinders them in terms of innovation, can give great feedback on everything we think about as governments, as regulators. And they can also play a very important role in delivering new tech that is indeed in line with democratic principles. And we have, for example, the OECD principles on human rights. And I think we should use them a lot better and make them known and look at how perhaps bigger industry players, NGOs, but also governments can play a role in making those principles better known and operationalizing them. In addition, I think multi-stakeholders have a very important role in implementing the normative framework that we have agreed within the UN. And I know that Henri was on a panel on the program of action. That is crucial. Also, multi-stakeholders can play a role in verification. I mean, Regine talked about the diplomatic responses, and by the way, verification is not attribution, but the technical community can clearly play a role in analyzing what has actually happened in a cyber incident and to what extent the normative framework was being respected or not. And last but not least, multi-stakeholders play a big role in capacity building in order to implement the normative framework also in our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. I will give a chance maybe to take the floor to Liesl Franz from Washington, who is the Deputy Cyber Coordinator in the State Department. Liesl, if you hear us, can you join in?
Yes, I hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Well, I'm glad you got a little bit of time, and hello to everyone there. And similar to Stephen, I'm sorry not to be there in person. I guess the only thing that I'd like to add is that, you know, for some time we have had a very strong engagement on the cyber issues that has led to, I think, in many ways, the successes that we've seen. We started a US-EU cyber dialogue in 2014. And we continue that dialogue today, and I think that that has been a great foundation for making sure that the values, the principles, and the negotiations that we have been in together have shown that we can stick together in very difficult kinds of times, and not let those that would try to drive a wedge between the US and the EU be successful in that regard. So I know I've taken you a little bit off topic for the last few comments that were made, and I totally agree with Natalie that the stakeholder community is valuable for many of these discussions. So I hope that the discussions this week will serve much good fodder for that. As well as next week for those that will be in New York, either in person or virtually. So thank you for giving me a moment just to highlight one of the areas that we continue to have very strong engagement and while we're on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll have to be really closing now soon because we have other events coming as a part of IGF, and there will be in live person-to-person meetings, which are indeed a very important part of what we're doing here. And new technologies allowed me to coordinate things between Katowice and Washington and even Warsaw, so it's quite a success. I just briefly touch upon what Natalie mentioned. She mentioned OSCE as an important OECD, but I wanted to mention OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, where Poland is taking the chair in office position as the 1st of January, and we just announced last month what will be our priorities in the cybersecurity cooperation there. That this will be enhancing the societal resilience based on enhancing the social awareness of threats coming from internet or from cyberspace wider, and also improving the cyber education. And I'm mentioning it here because these are the very basic grounds of how we can build together the safer future of the cyber world. And there's no boundaries and no limits to cooperation in these areas. This is the European organization, but 53 countries belong to it. And its standards that we set are global. We need globally to be aware of what opportunities and what challenges the cyberspace is offering us. And we need globally cooperate to make the cyberspace safer and more turned to the benefit of all countries all over the world and all people all over the world. And I believe personally, and I believe all my speakers today share this belief, that the cooperation between Europe and America, the transatlantic cooperation, is an important part of this global effort that we need to undertake. And we want to thank you, the IGF, we want to thank United Nations for giving us space to talk about this important element. And I thank you all the audience here physically present in Katowice and all of those who are online, listening to us and maybe bringing some good messages out of this discussion today. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.